in a state of war and has been in a state of war for over 8 years. After 8 years of this war, of this needless war, of this senseless war, bombardment, and an ongoing blockade of the country that I must say has been aided and abetted by my own government, people seem content to let the issue of Yemen and peace and democracy in Yemen to be solved in back doors by foreign states and their appointed delegates purporting to represent Yemenis and purporting to govern Yemenis. Our goal was to bring this discussion to Washington, where so much of what our policymakers decide impacts the lives of Yemeni men, women, and children. Unfortunately, they do not have a vote and they do not have a say in what our policymakers here in Washington decide. But our goal is at least to center the voices of Yemeni leaders and activists, so many of whom you will hear from today, who have committed a good part of their lives to democracy and rights in Yemen. We have with us, as I mentioned, Tawakkol Karman, who really, it took her a minute to agree to partner with us in organizing this conference and has provided incredible resources and backing to have it together. It has been a tremendous amount of work, as you can imagine, for an organization the size of DAWN, Democracy for the Arab World Now, which, as some of you know, was founded by the late, our beloved friend, Jamal Khashoggi. And I should note that the chairman of our board, Nihad Awad, is here somewhere. I can't, there he is. So thank you, Nihad, for coming and for your foresight and vision in helping create this organization. But we are a tiny team, and Abdallah Al-Ode, our Gulf director, really deserves heroic congratulations for the months and months of work he has put into organizing this event and the tremendous amount of patience and grace that really only he, I think, could have carried out and carried forward to make this happen. Of course, all of the teams at DAWN, as well as the Tawakkol Karman Foundation and Georgetown University, worked together to bring you here today. Our speakers have prepared papers that we will publish and publicize as we continue our efforts to further discussion and debate about a Yemeni-led process to address the catastrophe in the country. When I first started working on Yemen, well before the uprising, well before the revolution, it was because of Yemeni activists who came to my office in New York, Human Rights Watch at the time, and said, you have to work on Yemen. Human Rights Watch needs to work on Yemen. And we did. We started working on Yemen. We opened an office in Yemen. And we were excited to see the revolution in Yemen, a peaceful revolution, a remarkable revolution that ousted a dictator who had ruthlessly governed the country for many decades. It is a remarkable achievement today still, for which Tawakkol has gotten obviously great recognition, but all of the Yemeni people deserve support and recognition for what they managed to do at tremendous risk to their lives, to their survival, to create a new future for the country. And I think it speaks to the depth of Yemeni civil society across the country that they were able to come together to pull off this revolution peacefully, to establish a national dialogue process, to establish the direction that they wanted their country to go in. Unfortunately, that process was upended with this war, with the interference of foreign states, whose argument with Yemen has really little to do with Yemen and more to do with regional competition, regional control, regional influence. These are not the priorities of the Yemeni people, nor should they be ours. I hope that you will really take advantage of this opportunity to hear from the Yemeni speakers we have today, as well as experts, academics, journalists who have worked to disclose and discover the abuses happening in their country, but most importantly now, working to ensure that the future direction of the country is centered on the rights of the Yemeni people, the freedom of the Yemeni people, and the right that the Yemeni people have to democratic governance of their country. With that, I will introduce Professor Adli, who's a professor of anthropology and our partner here at Georgetown University. She chairs the Arab Studies Center at Georgetown University. Fida?
Good morning. On behalf of the Center for Contemporary Arab Studies at Georgetown University and the Tawakkol Karman Foundation and Democracy for the Arab World Now, DAWN, I would like to welcome our guests and participants to this important event. We have a distinguished lineup of speakers today, including Tawakkol Karman, Nobel Peace Prize laureate Sarah Lee Whitson, who we've just heard from, Executive Director of DAWN, Abdulaziz Jubairi, Vice President of the Yemeni Parliament, Khaled al-Yamani, former Yemeni Minister of Foreign Affairs and UN Ambassador, and Saleh al-Jabwani, former Yemen Minister of Transportation, as well as many other distinguished speakers that we will have the privilege of hearing from today. It is unfortunate that it is a political and humanitarian crisis that brings us here today, and we must begin by acknowledging the weight of this. After more than 8 years of war, Yemen has experienced widespread destruction and an unprecedented humanitarian crisis. According to the United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs, the war has caused the deaths of nearly 250,000 people, including many civilians, among them thousands of children. The UN and Human Rights Watch have also recently reported on the killing and abuse of migrants and asylum seekers by parties to the conflict. While many of these deaths have been the result of direct violence, others are indirect and a product of a man-made humanitarian crisis created by the parties to the conflict. This crisis has been significantly exacerbated by an ongoing naval blockade imposed on Yemen by a Saudi-led coalition. In July of this year, the World Food Program estimated that almost 1 in 3 Yemenis, 19 million people, were food insecure, with 3.5 million acutely malnutrition. Human rights workers on the ground, as Sarah has just attested to, on the ground in Yemen, as well as abroad, as well as the UN and international human rights organizations, have worked diligently throughout this period to document the tremendous human rights violations and repeated violations of international law that this conflict has witnessed, including the deliberate targeting of civilians committed by all parties to the conflict. In April 2022, a limited truce saw a reduction in the intensity of fighting in most parts of the country, and small gains in humanitarian assistance, though the blockade remains. While the truce is fragile and there have been repeated violations of the truce, overall civilian deaths have decreased and some space for movement and goods and people have opened up. While a continuation of the truce is possible, the potential for a return to full hostilities remains, and the ongoing violations means that ravages of war continue to be felt, including significant human rights violations such as imprisonment, torture, attacks on journalists. What recent conflicts have made abundantly clear to all of us is that these wars and their effects are not contained locally, nor are they produced locally. Sitting here in Washington, D.C., it also behooves us to acknowledge that the United States has also been party to this conflict and has significant leverage over many of the key actors engaged. As such, it has a moral responsibility to actively work towards its end. Today's conference brings together Yemeni leaders and scholars, journalists and human rights activists from Yemen and beyond to think productively about a way forward. The Center for Contemporary Arab Studies was asked to host this event, and it reflects a type of engagement with knowledge producers, policymakers, and activists in the Arab world that we are committed to, one that centers the expertise and experiences of those most directly impacted by the conflict, as well as researchers who center their experiences. It is our hope today that today's deliberations can help lay a foundation upon which a brighter future for Yemen can be built. Thank you very much, and welcome again to Georgetown University. And I will now pass along the microphone to Tawakkol Karman, Nobel Peace Laureate.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon all of you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, greetings to all of you. dear friends, dear colleagues, dear brothers and sisters. We are participating today in Washington, D.C. conference about towards sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen. So allow me to welcome you all and all protocols observed. I would like to thank Georgetown University, especially the Center of the Arab Studies, and Dawn for partnering with us in organizing this important conference. We meet here today to raise our voices for peace and democracy in Yemen, and to express the suffering of our people who are entering their 9th year of the coup and the devastating war being waged against them internally and externally. We meet today to raise our voices in an appeal to the world to save the Yemenis who have been living without a state for about 8 years, and who suffer from a daily threat to their lives in extremely bad conditions, where the war has claimed tens of thousands of lives, thrown millions of lives into the displacement, and pushed Yemen to famine, embodying the worst humanitarian crisis in the world today. The entire Yemeni people suffer from the coup and the war together. The entire Yemeni people suffer from the militia coup and the war together. Live daily humiliation from the Iranian-backed Houthis militia that turned against the state and committed crimes against humanity and lives, daily terrorism from the war. And Saudi Emirati tutelage and occupation that declared war on Yemen under the false pretext of restoring the legitimate government, whereas it caused massive destruction and added more militias to the already existing militias, and went far in fragmenting and tearing the country apart. This is the real agenda of the Saudi Emirati coalition war in Yemen. I regret to say that continuing the present approaches to the Yemeni file by the United Nations and the major powers makes peace unattainable. The error of the international approach to the Yemeni crisis is available. The error of the international effort of the error of the international approach to the Yemeni crisis is visible. Any observer of the efforts of the international community, the major countries, and the UN effort during the years of war can come to a simple conclusion that the essence of this trend is in the direction of leaving Yemen entirely to the Houthi militia on the one hand and the Saudi Emirati coalition in the other. The result is that the major powers, the United States and Britain in particular, and Western governments and international community have implicitly or explicitly supported the continuation of Saudi Arabia and UAE in the war on Yemen. Its destruction, the occupation of Yemeni land and ports and airports, etc., and its fragmentation in that horrific way, and the continuation of the Iranian-backed Houthi coup at the same time. This is unacceptable and incomprehensive support for keeping the Yemeni people under the mill of war, coup, tutelage, occupation, death, siege, destruction, the collapse of the service, suspension of salaries, the spread of famine, oppression, and humiliation, under which Yemeni cities and their militia-ruled populations suffer, from Sana'a to Aden, and most cities and population centers in cities and rural areas. So the war in Yemen must stop. The war in Yemen must stop, and we must put an end to this ugly war. This tragedy, this bloody militia coup, this disastrous war, and the war criminals. But the question is, how will this war end? How will we build sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen? It is important to define, when we answer this question, it's important to define the concept of ending the war. Very important to define that. The conception of the end of the war. And what are the conditions when we say that the war is over in Yemen and that we have to start with the challenges of the next step or next day? Defining the concept of ending the war is very important so that those who tampered with and violated Yemen during the 8 years of war do not surprise us with agreements dressed as peace and prepared by the conflicting external forces and their hands tools in Yemen, their proxies at home, through which they complete the achievement of their goals of the war and legitimize the division of Yemen and the status of militia states as a fait accompli. The Iran-backed Houthi militia, which started the war, turned against the state, will not end the war except after imposing its control by force and imposing its complete dominance over the country's resources, wealth, and educational and judicial system, and subjecting society to its supremacist, racist ideology. Houthi is a movement that doesn't show any flexibility to accept a political settlement in which it is a component with the components and political group that recognizes the states as a reference for all of the forces of society. For Saudi Arabia and UAE war, they define ending the war as, if it can reflect their management of the Yemeni war. They define it in agreements that bless their occupation and tutelage over Yemen, where there is no state, let alone its interests in plundering Yemen's wealth and controlling Yemen's geostrategic position of great importance. They want to divide Yemen to achieve their goals. So all the clauses we have reviewed do not end the war in Yemen. Rather, they provide it with more fuel and prolong its tragedy. The war doesn't end in Yemen with deals between the internal warlords and the occupying and external tutelage countries. What a closer to the war in Yemen. If it was torn apart into many states run by militias affiliated with Iran, Saudi Arabia, and Emirates. what a closer of the war. If we go to agreements that legitimize chaos and acknowledge the statelessness and the end of the republic and unity and the outcomes of the national to Al-Mahra, from Mandab to every inch in Yemen. Any peace agreement must not harm the unity of Yemeni state or surrender its sovereignty. Likewise, any peace agreement should lead to the cessation of the warlords' intervention, the disarmament of militia, and end to division and the multiplicity of de facto authorities, and an end to daily violence exercised against the civilians, clearing mines, releasing detainees, and lifting the internal and external siege, and ending all forms of Saudi and UAE occupation and hegemony in Yemen. To build, it's very important also, to build an inclusive Yemeni government in which all Yemenis participate and which is responsible for withdrawing militia weapons, moving forward with a referendum on the draft constitution and holding various elections based on the constitution, and to a transitional justice that will do justice to the victims and ensure no recurrence. Respecting Yemen as an independent one, unified and sovereign state, compensating Yemen from all the damage that happened and rebuild Yemen. This is the only path that will lead us to sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen. Otherwise, it's nothing but a prolongation of the war and an increase in people's suffering. Finally, we realize how great our suffering is. And we realize that one of the most important reasons for its continuation is the lack of the national authority that considers their interests of the Yemeni over of the Yemeni interests. We realize that there is abandonment by some of them and greed among others, but as you know, and anyone knows, Yemen, that Yemen is used to making great surprise. We are confident about our people. We are confident about Yemeni people. All we ask is to be with Yemeni people and to be with them in their faith for democracy, peace, and freedom. We will turn the page of war and start a new history, which those foreigners, those countries that laid the counter-revolution, that they see yet far, but we see it very soon. I can almost hear that call from every Yemeni. The Yemeni people are not broken, and Yemen is hard to swallow. Thank you so much. Here, let me first thank the Department of State of America for supporting us also in organizing this conference, and also thank the U.S. envoy to Yemen that he is with us now. So allow me here to introduce the American envoy to Yemen. We would like Mr. Tim Linderking to hear from you your vision on how the war can be ended and what is the ways to establish sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen. Welcome, Mr. Linderking, and the floor is yours. Thank you so much.
Good morning. Sabah khair. Assalamu alaikum. It's a great pleasure to be with you this morning. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak to so many of you here in the audience and those of you online. I'd like to thank the co-hosts for organizing this terrific event today. The Center for Contemporary Arab Studies at Georgetown University, Democracy for the Arab World Now, and the Tawakkol Karman Foundation. I especially look forward to hearing the conclusions of today's conference, particularly proposed solutions to end the war once and for all, and that can lead to the withdrawal of foreign forces from Yemen. I'm pleased to share the podium this morning with Sarah Lee Whitson, Professor Adali, Tawakkol Karman, and others throughout, unable to buy basic goods, feed their children, or access basic care. Only a comprehensive Yemeni political agreement and recovery process can begin to repair these institutions and rebuild Yemen's economy. Through consistent, intensive engagement, the United States has helped mobilize a strong international and regional consensus around peace efforts under the auspices of the UN, and I sincerely hope that today's event will continue to inform that process. We continue to see proactive, constructive efforts by the Sultanate of Oman, which have played a critical role in peace efforts. We also continue to see a commitment from Saudi Arabia to help end the war, and that helped enable an unprecedented period of calm in 2022. Because of these collective efforts and commitment from the region and the international community to bolster UN peace-led efforts in Yemen, the United States believes that 2023, this year, ladies and gentlemen, brings new opportunities to end the conflict once and for all. And we must take advantage of these to truly end this terrible conflict. Yemenis deserve a prosperous future, and we remain committed to supporting Yemeni efforts to shape a brighter future. While many observers seek to present easy solutions to the conflict in Yemen, the reality is that the situation is complex, and meaningful diplomatic solutions take time. As many of you know better than I do, the roots of the war stem from the disruption of Yemen's peaceful transition process in 2014. The tensions and challenges that process sought to resolve have only continued to fester over 8 years of war. That includes fundamental questions like the status of southern Yemen, which Yemenis can and should decide for themselves. The UN-led 6-month truce from April to October 2022 and the period of relative calm that has continued even after the formal expiration of the truce provide a valuable opportunity. First, cross-border attacks have stopped, including 0 coalition airstrikes since March 2022. Second, civilian casualties from the fighting have dropped dramatically, even as casualties from landmines and other remnants of war remain a major issue that must not be ignored or forgotten. Third, fuel is flowing more freely into northern Yemen. And last, commercial flights are continuing from Sana'a Airport. More than 40,000 Yemenis have been able to take advantage of these flights for family reunification, for medical care outside of Yemen. These flights have saved lives. I've just pointed to 4 benefits that have helped ease the suffering of Yemenis since March 2022. They're not enough, but they do represent a start. And for that reason, we urge the Yemeni parties to take advantage of this opportunity, build on these benefits by starting political talks under UN auspices to resolve this conflict. The United States understands the parties' focus on economic measures. We agree that the economic crisis across the country is a main driver of the humanitarian crisis. We agree that urgent efforts are needed to ease this economic crisis and stitch Yemen's institutions back together. But the reality is that this can only be accomplished as part of an inclusive, Yemeni-led political process. The Houthis have focused their latest demands on paying public sector salaries using Yemen's hydrocarbon revenues. These public sector salaries are a lifeline for many Yemenis. But it was the Houthis' escalation of these demands, and only these demands, that prevented a formal extension of the truce in October. A truce extension that would have expanded the benefits beyond public sector salaries. While at different times many parties have exacerbated the economic crisis, more recently, multiple Houthi attacks against Yemeni ports and international shipping in recent months have grounded oil export revenues to a halt. This halt in oil export revenues has deprived millions of Yemenis of resources that were used to pay civil servant salaries and provide basic services. All this while other hydrocarbon exports have been paused for years. Dialogue is the only way to resolve this issue. There is no military solution to the Yemen conflict, and there is no benefit that can come from a return to military hostilities by any party. Only by sitting down with other Yemeni parties can Yemenis reach a solution to pay civilian salaries and start getting money in the hands of families across the country. The Yemen government has formed its own negotiating team. The Houthis so far have refused to sit down with them. We urge the Houthis to change this approach, choose peace. The world is watching their and the other parties' actions and inaction. We know these kinds of political and economic discussions will be difficult, including for Yemenis in the southern governorates, home to most of these hydrocarbon resources. But only by tackling these issues can there be hope to reach a durable resolution that stops the fighting and reverses the economic crisis in Yemen. To sum up, an inclusive political process between the Yemeni parties is a critical first step. But durable peace and recovery require much more. A peace process must incorporate Yemenis' calls for justice and accountability for human rights violations and abuses, along with efforts to repair the deep divisions within Yemeni society. A recovery process will need to follow, and Yemen will require a major recovery effort that is supported by the international community and carefully managed and coordinated with the peace process. This recovery process must lay the foundation for the kind of expanded economic cooperation between Yemen and the region that will enable sustainable growth and prosperity. All of these efforts must be inclusive and incorporate voices from across the country, including from women and marginalized groups. Although it will take time, a comprehensive peace and recovery process is essential for the people of Yemen, the youngest of whom have only known war. The United States remains committed to working closely with our partners in the region, the Yemeni people, and beyond to support this process and to support Yemenis as they determine a brighter future for their country. Thank you very much.
Now, after these opening remarks, we will open the discussion and we will open the panels. The first session will be moderated from our great journalist, Ghada Awais, the TV anchor. She is a journalist in Al Jazeera Arabic TV channel. Please, Ghada.
Thank you, Tawakkol. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Yemen DC conference. And thank you for inviting me. So, as Tawakkol introduced me, I'm a Lebanese journalist. My name is Ghada Awais. I have been covering the conflicts in the Middle East, the conflicts, not one conflict, for more than 20 years. And now I'm still covering those conflicts. Actually, I witnessed those conflicts since I was born, from Lebanon to Yemen. Also, we have to mention Palestine. So it has been a difficult job to do because I belong to this region and it's not easy to cover the suffering around us because this suffering is not a suffering of another people, it's my people suffering there. Today, we will try to answer some questions and to offer some solutions. We will be having 4 panels, and the first panel, which I will be moderating, will try to answer these questions. Where are we now in Yemen? Where do we go from here? And what needs to be done? I once heard Tawakkol, the idol of young women in the Arab world. I heard her saying, peace does not mean just to stop wars, but also to stop oppression and injustice. And who can deny how much we are oppressed and how much there are injustice in the Middle East and in the Arab world in general? So how to do so? How to stop the oppression and the injustice in this region, starting from Yemen, because we are talking about Yemen today. So I am extremely happy to welcome the audience first and the panelists who will address the challenges presented by the ongoing conflict in Yemen, address the current state of the war, efforts of peace, and potential approaches to achieve transitional justice and rebuilding Yemen, al-Yemen al-Sa'id. Yemen was once called Happy Yemen. So how do we go back to a happy Yemen, al-Yemen al-Sa'id? This session will be charting a path forward for Yemen's future with bold ideas that can help turn the current issues into solutions and tangible action. Let me move now to introducing the panelists. Abdelaziz Jubari, the Vice President of Yemeni Parliament. Welcome, Mr. Abdelaziz. Mr. Saleh Al-Jubwani, the former Yemeni Minister of Transportation. Mr. Khalid Al-Yamani, the Ambassador, and the former Yemeni Minister of Foreign Affairs. And also Mr. Abdullah Ubel. I hope he will be able to join us online. He is the former Yemeni Minister of Culture. Dr. Isam Shreem, also member of the Yemeni Shura Council. I hope he will be with us online. And Mr. Ramzi Mahrouz, former governor of Socotra Island. Of course, all of us have heard of the importance of Socotra Island, and it's very crucial for us to discuss the situation also there. And last but not least, Mrs. Tawakkol Karman, the Nobel Peace Prize laureate. Welcome, and join please the session. So for the panelists who will speak in Arabic, there will be an English translation available for you. And each panelist will present his paper for like 10 minutes. I hope it's not more than 10 minutes, because after that, we will have a chance to have some question and answers, questions by me and by the audience. So if we can be a little bit brief in order to take advantage to the maximum from these exceptional personalities who are real experts in the situation in Yemen, and try and hope to find solutions and publish these solutions for the world to know what's happening in Yemen.
جبالي تفضل.
طيب.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام في اليمن الواقع والممكن. تمهيد قصير لا بد منه. أولا لمحة عن النظام السياسي في اليمن قبل الوحدة اليمنية بين شطري اليمن. كان الشطر يحكمان بنظام الحزب الواحد، حيث كان حزب المؤتمر الشعبي العام ذو التوجهات شبه الليبرالية، والمكون معظمه من ألوان الطيف السياسي السائد في تلك الفترة، وخاصة الإخوان المسلمون والبعثيون والناصريون، يتولى الحكم في الشطر الشمالي. وكان الحزب الاشتراكي ذو التوجهات الاشتراكية الماركسية يتولى الحكم في الشطر الجنوبي من اليمن. بعد تحقيق الوحدة في عام 1990 تم إقرار مبدأ التعددية الحزبية وحرية الإعلام والتعبير لتظهر أول ديمقراطية ناشئة في المنطقة كلها. تولى المؤتمر الشعبي العام والحزب الاشتراكي الحكم، وتوزع المناصب الحكومية مناصفة بينهما. وفي عام 1993 تم تنظيم انتخابات برلمانية فاز خلالها حزب المؤتمر الشعبي العام بأغلبية مقاعد البرلمان، وجاء حزب الإصلاح بالمرتبة الثانية والحزب الاشتراكي بالمرتبة الثالثة. أما بقية الأحزاب البعث والناصري فقد حقق كل منهما مقعدين، وفاز حزب الحق التابع للحوثيين بمقعد واحد فقط. ونظرا لعدم القبول بنتائج الانتخابات والرغبة بالسيطرة والتفرد بالحكم لمن كان يحكم ما قبل الوحدة، بدأت الخلافات بين حكام الشطرين سابقا تطورت إلى حرب كانت نتائجها كارثية على اليمن واليمنيين، انتهت بخسارة الحزب الاشتراكي وسيطر نظام الرئيس السابق علي عبد الله صالح وحلفائه على المشهد كاملا. وشكل المؤتمر والإصلاح حكومة ائتلافية سرعان ما انفضت في عام 1997 بعد الانتخابات البرلمانية، ليشكل بعد ذلك المؤتمر الحكومة بمفرده. وشكل المعارضة تحالف حزبي واسع، أغلب الأحزاب بما فيهم حزب الإصلاح حليف صالح سابقا، وحكم حزب المؤتمر منفردا حتى أحداث الربيع العربي 2011. حتى هذه الفترة كانت هناك أكثر من 20 حزبا مصرحا، وأكثر من 40 صحيفة يومية وأسبوعية وشهرية مستقلة، وكانت تتمتع بقدر لا بأس به من الحرية. إلا أن الخلافة السياسية كانت كبيرة وعميقة بين السلطة والمعارضة، أدت إلى تأجيل الانتخابات النيابية المستحقة عام 2009. عاشت البلاد خلالها في حالة انسداد سياسي إلى عام 2011. أحداث ما سمي بالربيع العربي اندلعت الاحتجاجات في أغلب المحافظات اليمنية ضد نظام صالح. تخلل هذه الاحتجاجات بعض مظاهر العنف والتي ذهب ضحيتها المئات من الأبرياء. توصلت بعدها السلطة والمعارضة إلى اتفاق سياسي تم موجبه تنحي الرئيس صالح لصالح نائبه، وتشكيل حكومة شراكة برئاسة المعارضة. توزعت الحقائب الوزارية بين حزبي المؤتمر وأحزاب اللقاء المشترك بموجب تفاهم مشترك أسموها فيما بعد المبادرة الخليجية. ووفقا لهذا الاتفاق تم الاستفتاء الشعبي على تولي نائب الرئيس منصب رئاسة الدولة. وبعد تولي هذه الرئاسة شهدت اليمن العديد من التحولات في مختلف المجالات السياسية والاجتماعية والاقتصادية والثقافية. وبرغم من التأثيرات التي كادت تصل باليمن إلى الانهيار الكامل للدولة والانزلاق في أعمال العنف وإشعال الحرب الأهلية، وبرغم من ذلك تجاوزت اليمن تلك الأخطار واتجهت نحو الحوار كوسيلة وحيدة لمعالجة مختلف قضايا اليمنيين عبر مؤتمر الحوار الوطني الشامل برعاية الأمم المتحدة. استمر هذا الحوار لمدة سنة، نتج عنه الاتفاق على أغلب القضايا الخلافية. سمي هذا الاتفاق بمخرجات الحوار الوطني الشامل. لكن جماعة الحوثي عملت على تأزيم الوضع السياسي بإعادة تنفيذ ما تم التوافق عليه والعمل على فرض مشروعها الخاص بقوة السلاح، فاستولت على العاصمة صنعاء وعلى مؤسسات الدولة، وصولا إلى فرض الإقامة الجبرية على الرئيس هادي والحكومة والبرلمان وإلغاء الدستور واستبداله بإعلان دستوري. ألغى الحوثيون العمل السياسي وحضروا الأحزاب وجمدوا البرامج والمشاريع الاقتصادية والتنموية وشنوا حرب شاملة على اليمن. التدخل السعودي. عندما شعرت الجارة السعودية بالخطر الشديد من استيلاء الحوثي الموالي لإيران على اليمن وإمكانية تمدد هذا المشروع إلى السعودية ودول المنطقة، أعلنت عن قيام تحالف عسكري شمل عدد من الدول العربية وغير العربية أبرزها السعودية والإمارات. الهدف المعلن لهذا التحالف كما قالوا عودة الشرعية وإسقاط انقلاب الحوثي وقطع يد إيران في المنطقة، إلا أنه خلال 8 سنوات من الحرب لم يسقط مشروع الحوثي ولم تقطع يد إيران، بل تم تدمير مقدرات اليمن وتمزيق اليمن إلى كنتونات وتشكيل تشكيلات عسكرية تمول وتنفذ توجيهات هذه الدول ولا تتبع الجيش اليمني، بل تم إزاحة القيادات الوطنية التي تعمل لمصلحة بلادها اليمن وفرض شخصيات تنفذ ما يطلب منها، إلى أن تم الوصول بإزاحة رئيس الدولة بطريقة غير دستورية. نتج عن هذا التصرفات تدمير سمعة وثقة قيادات مؤسسات الدولة لدى الشعب اليمني الذي يرى أن هذا القيادات المعينة من قبل دولة التحالف لا تمثله أو تدافع عن مصالحه. دور الأمم المتحدة. قامت الأمم المتحدة خلال 8 سنوات من عمر الأزمة اليمنية بعدة محاولات لتقريب وجهات النظر بين الحوثيين وبقية القوى السياسية اليمنية وترتيب عدة جولات من المحادثات المباشرة، لكن هذه المحاولات باءت بالفشل بسبب تعنت الحوثيين وعدم رغبتهم بالوصول إلى سلام في اليمن. شوي ما لو سمحت. واقتصر دور الأمم المتحدة عبر مبعوثها على دور الميسر فقط عبر رحلة طويلة من المفاوضات، ابتداء من مؤتمر الحوار الوطني الشامل الذي خرج بوثيقة تحدد شكل الحكم وتداول السلطة في اليمن.
Conversation in Congress and then the constitution of a national unity government and Geneva 1 and Geneva 2 discussions and the Kuwait discussions as well that lasted for 3 months, where the main ideas were discussed to constitute a presidential council and a new government, and securing the capital, Sana'a. The role of the international community. The international community was clear in denying and in countering the Houthi militias. The U.S. Saudi role in the war. The United States dealt with the war through the Saudi Arabian government by providing them everything they needed in order to fight this war against the Houthis. However, the American decision making was divided between the State Department and other department and the U.S. administration. So some people who were against Saudi Arabia, they stood, including the Iranians, they stood with the Houthis. And the third reason is the way the United States was dealing indirectly with the Yemenis, which meant that the decision of war and peace was in the hands of Saudi Arabia. The United States administration has amplified the role of terrorism in Yemen and talked about all of these people, all of these revolutions that call for death to America and death to Israel, and made it the main subject of the entire crisis in Yemen. And building on this, the lines between peace and war were not clear in Yemen. And then the crisis became a humanitarian crisis, not just a military crisis. The Houthis managed the war based on the fact that they are there and sent by God to govern Yemen. And so Yemen was destroyed by the regional and international powers. And also, we need to move to political parties and put aside all the weapons and respond to the political will of the people of Yemen. We need to do away with the speech of hatred and rebuild the political institutions of Yemen. And by using internal powers and not using the help from outside. Without the United Nations and the international community, without them putting these roles and these conditions, the conditions of war will remain. Peace in Yemen is not just about stopping war. We need to stop the war and provide the infrastructure and keep the peace for justice. So there could be no peace under some kind of God-given rights or God-given ruler. To save the next generations from the war, this is one of the most important priorities of the United Nations. We need to end the armed conflicts and put together a comprehensive project on solid grounds. And we need to provide all the circumstances so that we don't go back into war, so that we can build peace and sustainable development. So instead of talking about truce, we have to talk about a complete ceasefire. We need to also call for holding a discussion between all the political parties of Yemen so that we can discuss the future of Yemen away from all the interference from different countries, different foreign countries. A presidential council needs to be constituted with no more than 5 members so that we can erase the war and erase the effects of war in the country. The transition period should be no more than 3 years, and then in parliamentary and presidential election. Thirdly, calling for the rebuilding of Yemen and receiving international support to rebuild the country, to rebuild the local society, and to create work opportunities and to improve the economy. Third, building a security force to save and to protect the people of Yemen. Without this, peace would be unachievable. Fourth, in order to end the war, we have to have specific mechanisms so that we can have all of these political groups discuss and work together. Otherwise, there will be different kind of fifth.
Sixth, reconstruction funds will come from the Gulf countries that are participating in the Yemen war, and if the war was to end by the Houthis letting go of the godly riots, this will be accompanied by reconstruction. Otherwise, there will be a division in the country, and the foreign funding will go to the militia areas that will make the conflict continue non-ending. 7, UN should work with the peace in Yemen and ending war. Otherwise, it will be a number of many states under the tutelage of other forces without a political process, and at which reconstruction will be separated from the efforts of rebuilding the country. Recommendations. The United Nations and the world community should realize that struggle with the Houthis is not a power struggle, but an existential struggle and racist basis from that group, and the results of their overtaking the power in 2014 does not create peace, but put together hurdles and impediments to progress. Number 2, the United Nations should not support the divisionist program, which makes peace impossible because it goes against the will of the Yemenis and against legitimacy and brings about non-ending wars. 3, peace in Yemen cannot be accomplished with international complacency and without supervision over a truce and negotiations between all parties to achieve political reform. And to achieve a political peace process, the United Nations, the world community, and the United States should fulfill their commitments to the Yemeni people, and they should stop their talk just about truce and start addressing ending war and bringing peace and organizing elections. Finally, the war in Yemen shadows all the work of the Yemeni people and overshadows all the Yemeni people and the Arab people and the world community who did not intervene to save the Yemeni people. Unless the war ends and peace is accomplished and a Yemeni state is achieved, that will not happen. Finally, there is a rare opportunity to end the war in Yemen, and this opportunity, if wasted, the war will continue for another decade. The current truce gave relative quiet in this conflict, which should turn into stoppage of hostilities and start a peace process in Yemen. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abdelaziz Jabari. Thank you for this word, which appears to have been liked by the attendees.
Who don't understand, you can have with our colleague translation, and it is available there, I think up there. So I hope everybody have already the translation. Is there someone who need the translation? I think it's okay. My colleague will provide you with the translation set. الآن ننتقل إلى سعادة.
Now we turn to His Excellency Ambassador Khalid al-Yamani, former Minister of Foreign Affairs in Yemen. Please go ahead. At the outset, I have to thank
الفاضلة توكل كرمان. أشكر منسقة الجلسة الإعلامية التي دائما نتطلع لرؤية حضورها الإعلامي الكبير في الساحة العربية غادة عويس.
Thank all other organizers and coordinators. In fact, the political landscape as we go into the 9th year of this zero-sum game. It's like a free fall, non-stoppable falling, because the parties are not interested in peace, in fact. There is no desire to have peace or to move towards peace. And there is increased fragmentation. There is continued production of parties and groups based on political military readings. And of the latest is the announcement of the independent Hadramaut state. I'm sorry to say that in the future we'll see the flags of other many states in Yemen if this continuity maintains its existence, and we will steer away from the peace track. I may agree with my brother, the former vice president of the Yemeni parliament, on the need for a group leadership in this transitional period. However, group leadership has been proven as a failing strategy in leading a state, and that's why in my writings I always say that I would like to reconsider the shape of this leadership. This group leadership leads to greater fragmentation and does not lead to peace. And in my writings I asked to have a president and a vice president, even if we're beyond that decision. I also believe that this leadership does not adhere to the minimum consensus agreed upon in Riyadh 3 under the purview of the Gulf Council. And I repeatedly alarmed that harmony and agreement from time to time is the biggest success we can have, that they agree and do not fight. This is not what we ask them to achieve. The Council did not accomplish anything that leads us to think that we are into the next stage. There is no institutional reform, no stability within the land, no government able to provide humanitarian support other than the vague negotiations or that they announce from time to time, the economic recovery and so on and so forth. Our people cannot find food, basic food. We're not talking about large investment projects and other recovery efforts that we cannot see in the horizon. And so I think we should focus on the humanitarian aspect and the humanitarian sustainability. And if I were to be asked tomorrow how to run the government under this situation, I'll say humanitarian, sustainable humanitarian, refuge and sustainable refuge. And so that's how we should work, and how fisheries, agriculture, all the basic resources that help people come back to their countries and settle. I repeated and affirmed the failure of the military option. It appears that the military option is still an issue for discussion, because there is no conviction, and the warlords and beneficiaries of war want this war to continue because it brings a lot of resources to them, a lot of money, and it all gets transferred overseas. And indeed, this is the biggest catastrophe. And the most important issue now, that after 9 months of forming this council, we need an inventory of their work. Yes, so far, this council, with its as we insist, as the Dr. Al-Karim Al-Irani before walked in told me, when I said I'm the only representative of Yemen, I'm the only voice, and the entire state was lost. There was no state, no government, nothing. I was by myself in New York talking about Yemen. So he came, talked to me directly, and told me it's very important that we all realize if legitimacy is a broken stick at the corner of the room, we should still hold it, because the only hope we have to bring back that state. Because once the state loses that, which is observably is being destroyed and being driven into aimless efforts, and so that Yemen has no voice. And so Houthis who claim to defend legitimacy, and they are the ones who violated it with no legitimate projects or possibility of acceptance, because they refused the national consensus. They refused to get into a democratic process. They refused the outcomes of the democratic and national dialogue, because all the agendas driven from outside. And as I say, the Houthi project cannot be broken without breaking the Iranian proxies in the region. And I think the Yemeni people are leading a great effort in this direction. Houthis unfortunately believe that they are about to achieve recognition from the coalition as we speak. The messages they receive through the Omanis, the negotiations via Oman are sending messages that will not be helpful in solving this dilemma, and having them on unequal basis on the negotiating table. That's a very important thing. When we sit at the negotiating table, we cannot have a breakthrough when the balance of powers is imbalanced between the parts. The Houthis think that they have won, and that they prepare for large movements towards Marib, whereas the legitimacy is interfighting on how to placate one or please X or put the interests of Z ahead of Y, and so on and so forth. And so, in my opinion, and I always demand, I still demand, and even since before I became a minister, I was the permanent envoy in the UN, and we agreed with President Hadi to have an open communication with the Houthis, and which could have taken place in Stockholm. However, after President Hadi agreed, they refused and said, no, we won't have this dialogue. And so if we were really sovereign decision makers and sitting with our partners in the country and then in the homeland, then this all comes under one umbrella, the umbrella of the forces that fight the Houthis. And so we should not consider ourselves enemies. We're all partners in this nation. Unfortunately, we're being divided, fragmented into gangs and blocks that are fighting amongst themselves while the Houthi is ending in victory. I wrote so much about the transition of the truths in Yemen to sustainability. And I said that it's better for Yemenis if they were to continue, and instead of spilling blood, to have a truce. Houthis refuse truce because they consider it a number of compromises that the coalition gives them, and not the Yemeni people giving them. That's what makes the Yemeni negotiator on unequal basis with the Houthis when we talk about the future. In my assessment, and this is a message, a clear message that we should all understand, the best choice for the coalition is preemptive movement instead of surrendering to the latest demands from the Houthis, which is continuously evolving, changing. And so to apply pressure to bring about Yemeni consensus and the outcomes of Riyadh 1 and Riyadh 2, and implementing them and supporting true reforms in legitimacy, and reinforcing the military situation, not to maintain the war, but to repel any Houthis initiatives or ideas giving them the pretense that they will win this war in the future. And that's very important. I always assert that the most important decision in Riyadh 2 is that we end this war and we seek the road of peace. Right now, we're not seeking ending of war. We're not seeking peace, but we're looking on how to continue this war and how to end each other. And so there's a lot of accusations between this party and this bloc and that bloc. These processes lead us to loss against the Houthis. And so there is public discontent in the areas where Houthis are ruling, but they use excessive violence, which is the Iranian way in dealing with their people. You know, the number of people killed and the number of people facing court proceedings and so on and so forth. Unfortunately, their latest attack on the popular conference in Sana'a, al-Mu'tamar al-Shabi, they consider them the traitors and they are working to eradicate them. And so this way, Houthi, as they claim, there are remnants of the socialists, remnants of the National Conference, and other remnants. They are working to eradicate them and insist that they cannot work with them because the Houthi principle is to eradicate all others. When it comes to the United Nations, for the political process should be under Yemeni leadership, and that should be understood precisely. When you say the UN, I said repeatedly, we should say that we do not accept other approaches other than the UN approach. We don't accept other interferences, and we want this process to be under Yemeni leadership. This is a very important issue. If we focus on it, it means thank you for all the interferences. We want to go to the negotiation table in the United Nations anywhere. We accept that. We accept any place to meet, but under Yemeni leadership and Yemeni choices. And when I tell my colleagues in the Presidential Council, open communications with the Houthis and all partners in the homeland, do not exclude anyone, I hope that my message is clear. I always like to talk about the Stockholm idea, and there was the leading accused. I'm the traitor who shook hands with Mohammed Abdel Salam. I'm the one who sold al-Hudaydah and so on. I want to say that the idea of Stockholm was based on creating a sample of coexistence. And I talked to President Hadi after we returned because it's important for me to lay that down. Politicians sometimes care about the outcomes and not what's between the lines. And so said, sir, do you understand that the Hudaydah agreement does not mean the return, your return, or the return of legitimacy to al-Hudaydah, al-Maysari, and all those others who are part of the legitimacy? It only means the return of the national institutions, the Houthis withdrawal, and starting a project where we have diplomatic envoys and we bring about some common grounds between, as it used to be under the kingdom, where there was dialogue between the Republicans and those who are pro the kingdom. And he said, yes, I agree, understand that, but no one is letting us work in that direction. And that's what happened. In the beginning, we're only 3 kilometers away from al-Hudaydah, and the process was stopped by the partners in the coalition, and all the forces were threatened not to get closer. Immediately, these promises disappeared and were forgotten. I don't want to keep speaking for long. I think my colleague, Mr. Abdelaziz Al-Jabari, talked about the ninth year. I am not very optimistic about the ninth year. I think Yemenis are still charged with the desire to self-humiliation. And so this desire means after a year, we'll say, we wish if we had 5 years, what we had 5 years ago. In Kuwait, there was a lot of accomplishments with very minimal differences between us and the Houthis. They wanted to bring us back to the peace and partnership agreement, the agreement that happened in the last few days before the Houthi coup and putting President Houthi under house arrest. They do not want to disarm at all. They do not accept to withdraw their militia stamp and become a political party, which Dr. Abdulkarim Lariani tried, and they said a lot of good words in this regard. And I remember that he said, I am the one who looked at the names for the Houthis, so I can bring some sense to this process. But unfortunately, it seems that the Houthis are an unreasonable phenomenon. I'm almost done. You opened a lot of points, and I want to give you some questions. The people are anxious to talk to you. I don't want to be optimistic in the ninth year. I think that we're getting deeper in the crisis. We'll talk again next year, and I will confirm that there is great tendencies to destroy whatever is left of Yemen, fragmenting the political groups, increasing animosity amongst the Yemeni people, and international isolation. The world does not care about us, and unless we do something to open ways of communication, well, we'll open a dialogue in this regard. Thank you, Mr. Khalid.
والآن إلى السيد صالح الجبواني.
And now, Mr. Saleh al-Jabwani, a former transportation minister in Yemen. Please, Mr. Saleh, I would like to ask you to be very brief so that we can ask you questions and we can learn more from you so that we can find solutions and we can open maybe a little bit of hope through a conversation with the people. Peace be upon you. I would like on the outset to thank the organizers of this conference, the Tawakkol Karman Foundation and Democracy Organization in the Arab world today. Mr. Tawakkol Karman and Abdulaziz Jabari and Mr. Al-Yamani spoke before me and covered several aspects of the war and the peace in Yemen. However, I would like to discuss this subject from a different point of view. In the beginning, it is important to redefine the conflict in Yemen in a different way, different than the way it has been identified in the past, and producing mechanisms that could not reach any kind of peace in Yemen. We need to redefine the conflict in Yemen. The war in Yemen has been defined as a war between the government and the Houthis only. This is not true. That was true in the first year. However, the rest of the years, the remaining 6 years, in the remaining 6 years of war, there was different parties and the goals were different. So on this basis, we have to talk about these points, the causes of war. We have to discuss the parties in the conflict. Third, how do we reach peace and sustainable peace? First of all, the causes of war. The democratic transition and the the destruction or the failing of the President Ali Abdullah Saleh and his project. And so the arrival of President Hadi to power before the September Revolution and after it, this democratic transition led to a coalition between Abdul Malik al-Houthi and the former President Saleh. Saleh still had the power over this the security apparatus. And so this coalition led to the fact that the Houthis took over Sana'a in 2014. The second cause of this war, the project, which is the project of the federal government. Former President Abdullah Saleh wanted to make sure that this project fails. The Houthis were the ones who did not respect and who completely disagreed with any kind of legitimate government. They said that the federal government is a conspiracy in order to destroy Yemen. So on that basis, they led a war in different areas of Yemen, and they fought with the Houthi militias, with the help of the Houthi militias. So now there is a conflict between several parties, and let's talk about these parties in this discussion. So this is a conflict between several parties when in 2016 several areas were designed, basically designed by the Emirates, so that to create a division in the country. This is what happened between 2016 and 2022. And the goal to erase legitimacy and to destroy legitimacy is still one of the goals that are, of course, you know the parties of the conflict. However, we need to redefine the parties of the conflict. First of all, what is the Yemeni legitimacy? The Yemeni legitimacy is the legitimate government and democratically elected government that includes everything and all the parties involved. And when we talk about legitimacy and we describe legitimacy, we describe its components. The President Hadi, as a president of the country, was representing the legitimacy of Yemen. And under his presidency, all of these governorates of Yemen and north or south of Yemen were liberated. However, the emergence of other parties in the conflict led to the weakening of the power of this president and the signing of the agreement of Riyadh in 2019. And so the legitimate government was deposed in 2019 and was basically excluded and expelled, and now under the president, under the presidency of Abdurrabba Mansour, there is a council that is illegitimate in 2022. The Houthi movement is a Zaydi extremist movement that aims to lead Yemen, or to lead Yemen into based on the ideology of Al-Hadi. However, the Houthis have destroyed the military, or the Yemeni military, and several 1,167 heavy artillery and 502 Hound missiles and 300 ballistic missiles. in addition to several kinds of military artillery that was inherited from the military government, from the Yemeni military. However, the Houthis have inherited all of this artillery, all of these weapons. The Houthi idea, ideologically, is against ideology. It's against democracy and against the legitimacy of the Yemeni government. On the 25th of March, 2015, 8 provinces were liberated, fully liberated, and 4 of them were liberated partially. And there are now 20 million Yemenis that are under the Houthi control. The third is the political component. This component does not represent the South, because the South is very diverse politically and ideologically, has different ideology, different goals. However, the transitional council is different from the other councils. It was instituted in 2017. And basically to fragment Yemen into several little countries and little emirates. So this is a different type of. The interpreter would like to apologize. There is a problem with the sound. There's an echo.
حولت لاحقا في محافظة شبوة إلى ما يسمى بقوات دفاع.
The interpreter would like to apologize. There's an echo in the sound.
في محافظة شبوة ومدار الأيام قيادة التحالف في عدن ولم تخوض هذه الميليشيات معركة واحدة مع الحوثي.
Once again, the interpreter would like to apologize. There is a problem with the sound.
2019 واستمرارا بمعركة أبين التي استمرت العام كامل وانتهاء بالهجوم على محافظة شبوة في أغسطس العام الحالي 2022 ضد قوات الجيش الوطني وقوات الأمن. ورغم أن المجلس الانتقالي الجنوبي أصبح جزء من المجلس القيادي.
The interpreter apologizes. There's an issue with the sound. We cannot hear correctly.
كما وردت في بيان إعلانها في 4 من مايو 2017 هو تقسيم الجمهورية اليمنية وتدمير وحدتها ورفض مخرجات الحوار الوطني وأهمها قيام دولة اتحادية ديمقراطية. وبرغم هذا دعمتها الإمارات في الانقلاب على الحكومة الشرعية بل وإشراكها في الحكومة ومجلس القيادة الرئاسي. 4 هنالك ميليشيات أخرى أشرف التحالف على تشكيلها منها حراس الجمهورية في المخا التي يقودها طارق صالح ابن أخو الرئيس الراحل، وكذلك ميليشيات محور صعدة ومحور سبا وألوية اليمن السعيد ودرع الوطن. هذه ميليشيات بغض النظر عن أي تسمية وعن أي أهداف ترفعها ما دامت ليست في إطار وزارتي الدفاع والداخلية اليمنية الشرعيتين. التحالف العربي أتى كمساعد للحكومة الشرعية اليمنية لاستعادة الدولة اليمنية، لكن التحالف العربي بعد سنة من الحرب أصبح طرفا في الصراع.
And it is not part of the war with the Houthis since 2022. However, with the Emirates have been fighting with the Houthis and since 2019. And most likely the war between the Houthis, Saudi Arabia and the Emirates has ended, and now the coalition must establish control on the south of Yemen and to diminish the control of the Houthis on the north. And so the Yemeni society is open right now with all its wounds. Thank you very much. I still have peace and its components and its requirements, because Mr. Mahrous is with us waiting. In 8 years, political parties and militaries and several other stakeholders. We have to talk about this before we talk about any peace in Yemen. So legitimacy became a number of militias. So how are we going to achieve peace? With whom are we going to agree to peace? With the national army, or with the national society, or with the So, because these components that are part of the legitimate government are not unified. In order to reach peace, I see the as follows. We need to reestablish the Yemeni legitimacy by rebuilding or reconstituting a Yemeni Congress instead of what's going on today in the power in Yemen. That represents the power, or that represents the interest of the people of the warring countries. We need to force the militias in the south to implement the resolutions of the Riyadh agreement. We need to establish a truth, an unlimited truce between all the warring parties and with the Houthis, and enter into negotiations and find out ways to implement the outputs of the national dialogue. The United States need to redefine the conflict, as we said, and we evaluate the situation on the ground today, and to reevaluate the desire of the Yemenis, based on the desire of the Yemenis to reach peace and democracy, sustainable peace and democracy, in a system that guarantees justice and democracy, equality, that gives that is supported by the international community, by the United States, and not leaving Yemen behind, so that we cannot leave the Yemen as a prey to the people who want to destroy democracy and human rights in Yemen. Thank you very much, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much for your speech. I go to Mr. Ramzi Mahrous, former governor of Socotra Island. Mr. Ramzi Mahrous, he's online. I don't know if he can hear me. If you can hear me, Mr. Mahrous, we heard a lot of demonstration about Socotra, and it has a particular status, and I'd like to ask you, so we could benefit from your experience and knowledge, could you explain to us who benefited from what happened in Socotra, who is controlling it today, to whose benefit, and how do the people of Socotra live on this greatly and strategically important island and its regional and geostrategic situation? Go ahead, Mr. Mahrous. Okay, until Mr. Mahrous is ready. Mr. Abdullah, well, are you with us? I always I don't trust the technology and online technology, because it always fails you in the last minute. It's always better to have 1+1 and the personal presence. And I want to benefit from your being here, Tawakkol. The American U.S. envoy, in his word, he's departed. If you noticed, he said the president is U.S. president.
يعني الرئيس الأمريكي ملتزم بالسلام في اليمن.
Is he actually the way he said, committed to peace in Yemen? We hope so. We hope that the U.S. president and the entire U.S. administration is indeed committed to support Yemenis to bring about sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen. Because as I mentioned, it's important to redefine the end of war. As I said, to answer your question, Gada, we hope that the U.S. administration is serious about achieving sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen, and not just to establish a fragile truce that would lead to more wars and more violent than the current war and more disintegration of the Yemeni society and government. And as I said in my word, it's necessary to redefine peace in Yemen, to redefine how we want to end war in Yemen. So when the international community says, or anyone says, that ending war and stopping war is stopping the missile attacks between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia, this is not ending the war. War in Yemen is more than rocket exchange between the two sides. War in Yemen started, or Yemen suffers from two things: a militia coup led by the Houthis, and a war and occupation and tutelage Saudi and Emirati. That is. So I'll talk. You want your microphone? Okay. You hear me now? No. Then I'll take advantage of interrupting you to say, or to tell you, Tawakkol, that the fact that you're one of the co-organizers of this conference, and we are in D.C., the city known as capital of decision-making. There is a lot of U.S. officials listening to us, listening to you, and to our proposals. World is busy with Russia and Ukraine, and it seems that Yemen is not on their list of interests. As Mr. Khalid said, the world doesn't care for us. What do you propose so that the world would care about you, to the Yemeni people, so that superpower, the United States, present in the entire world, in one way or another, would care for the Yemeni citizen? And as Mr. Jabari said, if the United States indeed wants to help the Yemeni people, it should do so and so. So maybe it doesn't want to help. We don't know. The American envoy did not get any questions, and the answer is always diplomatic. Let's say they want to help you. What do you propose to them? Well, number one, I want to complete the word that I started, that it's necessary, very necessary, to know what is Yemen going through or suffering from. Anyone who wants to help Yemenis or claims to help Yemenis should know that Yemen suffers from a Houthi militia coup and tutelage and Saudi Emirati tutelage and occupation. Anyone that goes away from this description, the Yemeni people tell them, thank you, we're not interested. Is it so? The crux of your answer is that the Houthis, accused of being supported by Iran and the Saudi Emirati coalition, are the problem. So this is a common ground in all the words that you all four of you present: Houthi, and also observations about the Saudi Emirati role. Well, Houthi is Yemeni, he's a partner, and also what brought Saudi and Emirates is you. The other partners in the legitimacy being Abdurrabbu Mansur Hadi to the current president, and so on and so forth. At the end, those who called for foreign interference are the Yemenis, the Houthi Yemeni or the the Yemeni enemy of Houthi. I want you, Tawakkol, to tell me, in addition to your proposal to the Americans on how to help Yemen, how do you propose to have a dialogue with this partner that you accuse of staging a coup in Sana'a? There is a lot of accusations. Let's get out of the box and end with a solution. Since 2014, 2015 till now, the same accusations are being repeated and once and again, over and again. And despite Stockholm and the dialogues in Riyadh, I'd like to come out with a new idea that the Yemeni youth who hold hope to open a new page. Look, Ghada, here there is a misunderstanding of what happened in Yemen. When you say that Yemenis are the ones who called in Saudi Arabia, are the ones who called in Saudi Arabia to save them from the Houthis, that is incorrect. Abdurrahman Mansour had, okay, let me just finish the idea. That is inaccurate. What happened is that Saudi Arabia, in a grand irony, Houthis who are supported by Iran, Saudi Arabia is supporting them in undermining the transitional authority after the 2011 state. It's important to understand the conflict map so that we have a peace map. Saudi Arabia was never a true coalition partner to Yemen. With all due respect to your selling, with it's not. It's just a continuation of accusations. Well, I'd like to end up with new ideas. I will give you new ideas. I would like proposals and nothing. God, we're not in a TV interview. We're in a seminar. So I want to tell you that for peace to persist and become sustainable in Yemen, tutelage, hegemony, and Saudi Emirati occupation of Yemen should stop. Dealing with Saudi and Emiratis as overseers of Yemen and the backyard to them, that will increase the conflict. The same thing applies to the Houthis. For a sustainable peace in Yemen, Houthi militias should be disarmed, as will all other militias. This is the vision. Well, then, okay, then we come to how. Let me start with Mr. Ramzi Mahrous, the former governor of Socotra. Mr. Ramzi Mahrous, welcome. I don't want to. I hear myself. I don't hear Mr. Ramzi Mahrous. Mr. Ramzi, briefly, please, briefly. Show us how the situation in Socotra is going and who are the beneficiaries there. Once we know the reason, we'll stop wondering. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim, in the name of God, peace be upon you. I hope my voice is clear. Yes, it is. My greetings to all in attendance, and I thank you for giving me this opportunity to talk about the situation in Yemen. At the outset, allow me to supplicate to God to save my country, Yemen, its people, all the victims, all the injured, under what Yemen, save them from this war in Yemen and the fighting. Before the peaceful revolution in Yemen and the beginnings of year 2011 that raised the slogan of freedom, democracy, and justice for all, the United States supported a Gulf initiative through which a coalition government was formed that coincided with a national dialogue that took place at the country. And the Yemenis approached a new political stage where they achieve their dreams and aspirations to build a new civil country. However, the situation became complicated quickly as a result of an Iranian coup through the Houthis. And the country became a field of war that led to the disassembling of the country and forming new forces with foreign support. And as the institutions of the country being disbanded and having the infighting between the armed groups, the efforts for change were aborted, ending the hopes and aspirations of the Yemenis. And the popular uprising became nothing but a memory and an unrealized hope. Today, the Yemeni youth and many Yemenis are observing the situation in the country was a destructive war and one of the worst crises in the world, with an opportunity this led many of them to carry arms. Today, Yemen is witnessing difficult situation and internal infighting. And as the Houthi group use weapons to control the north and west of the country, including the capital Sana'a, at the same time, the transitional militias supported with Emirates used the arms and weapons as well to control Aden, Socotra, Shabwa, and other areas in the south and east. Interpreter apologizes. There are audio difficulties. We cannot hear the speaker. Interpreter apologizes. We cannot hear the speaker well. So under the eyes of the international community, the Yemenis went through their struggle without any support. And in the meantime, the armed groups did not show any care or interest in what the Yemenis are going through and the humanitarian crises that 2/3 of the people are experiencing. More than 13 million Yemenis and so these kinds of organizations can only exist and survive in this kind of environment. Interpreter apologizes. We are having audio difficulties. More than 4 million people were displaced as a result of this conflict, which led to expanding this crises. And as the struggle continues in Yemen, millions of Yemenis are still confronting biggest crisis in livelihood and medicine. Please, Mr. Ramsey. Thank you for this Call Orlando, please. Ladies and gentlemen, my governorate, Socotra, struggled under these conflicts, and the bombing and cannon fires sounds were heard for the first time in the history of this beautiful and distinct archipelago. All this happened because of the crises sent in from outside the archipelago and from outside Yemen, and the attempts to grow conflict in this peaceful society by using humanitarian assistance. Who exported these problems to you? It is the so-called Transitional Council. Many militias came outside the control of the state, carried weapons and arms, and overtook the resources of the country in Socotra, and up until today they still rule that archipelago, and unfortunately it has been legitimized by the Presidential Council and were given authority as a legitimate authority. And they are the ones who ended the abilities of the state, and for the first time in the history of Socotra to find weapons easily available. This natural preserve, which belongs to the whole world, not just the Yemenis, it's an environmental preserve, and it is one of the international heritage sites in UNESCO. And the world should interfere to end that struggle in Socotra archipelago and making Socotra outside the struggle. We in Socotra as a society, we did not carry weapons, but the struggles to have external militias is what caused this situation. And that's why, through this conference, we raise the voice of Socotra. Listen to this. Given the audio difficulties, we apologize, Mr. Mahrous. We're gonna suffice with this, as everyone in the world is aware of the importance and the value of this archipelago that should be protected from weapons and exportations of crises to this one-of-a-kind place in the world, to protect it and prevent militias from meddling with it. Thank you, Mr. Ramzi. I was hoping to have greater benefit from your being here, but unfortunately the communication was not up to par. I wish you success, and I apologize one more time about the technical issues. You may wish to stay with us to listen to the dialogue, and if you have any comments, we'll come back to you. Thank you, Mr. Ramzi Mahrous, former governor of Socotra. Please stay with us. We have other sessions beside this one. Time is running out. The subject is great and expensive. The other point as everyone talked about and used the expression of militia. Mr. Khalid Al-Yaman. to destroy any society.
البقعة البعيدة يعني عن الأراضي في اليمن بعيدة نسبيا. حتى هذه البقعة الجميلة المفترض أن يحميها العالم بالنظر إلى ما المخصصات الموجودة عليها الفريدة في العالم، حتى هذه لوثتها الميليشيات. هل هنالك خطة طريق؟
Interpreter apologizes. We're having some audio technical difficulties and we're working to resolve it.
أن تلتزم بها بنفس الوقت ألا تهدد مصالحها، لأن أي دولة يمكن أن تطلب مساعدتها إن لم يكن لديها مصلحة لن تنفذه. هل هنالك خطة طريق يمكنها أن تكون أرضية مشتركة لمصالح هذه الدول حتى هذه؟
Could these countries have interest that is doable? Politics is the art of possible, so we don't fool ourselves. Is it possible to start disarming militias and uncontrolled, illegitimate arms in Yemen? Thank you, Ghada. You asked deep and difficult question. Well, it's difficult because my name has something like that in it. Well, I mentioned the evolvement in the, of militias and continued reproduction of militias and hyperbole will lead us to problems. And I think this comes from collective memory from the civil war in Lebanon. The civil war in Lebanon established to division in the society, and the Lebanese society lives that mishalization of society. Yemenis are living that since 2015. When we started the war, there was only one type of one armed force, one leader, and one decision. However, over time, militias were reproduced, and under the international law, now we are facing a problem. When we talk about disarming Houthis, we're becoming unfair because it's logically we should disarm all militias. Yes. What President Hadi did is that he issued presidential decrees to recognize the legitimacy of these militias. So he was digging deeper into this crisis. He wanted to solve a crisis as if he is solving something or treating something for a local problem, but he was making the problem deeper. And so these militias on the street knew that the road is legitimacy. And so today I'm talking to you. The leaders of camps in Aden are ready to fight amongst themselves because the interests are great. Now drones are getting to the Houthis from Aden, and we talk about that it doesn't go over Hodeidah and so on. It's just complicated. There is a mechanism, a UN mechanism in Hodeidah to monitor that. And so it comes from the liberated grounds from Aden. And there are some people who say that the cargo that moves from Aden to Sana'a is sufficient enough to maintain this war and warlords. Mr. Khalid, how can we dry the sources of this to stop the militia creation in the society? One of the most important decisions, as Mr. Gabwani and Mr. And the Vice President of the Parliament mentioned, the Gulf Cooperation Council in Riyadh decided to reformulate the armed forces and security force. What happened to that decision? Why don't we ever accomplish anything? We heard that the head of the committee provided or submitted his report to the Presidential Council. What happened afterwards? There is a big problem that we have to agree that this recreation, a lack of control, in the liberated areas will go towards more fragmentation. Well, you were a foreign minister. I'm sure you dealt with the leaders around the world and the ministers. What did you feel in the world's view of Yemen? You said the world doesn't care about us. Are those leaders whom you met during your tenure did not care? Did they say something and do something else? Briefly, because our time is almost over. Well, forget about protocol and diplomatic relations and all these customary and cordial relations and all the cooperation. The world does not care.
Please go ahead. President Hadi is not the one who manufactured these militias. They were manufactured by the United Arab Emirates, principally, and also by the Saudi Arabian government. So it's not President Hadi is not the one who built these militias. So it is important that we talk about Shahid al-Alimi. You know that the current presidential council is right now, it was cooked at a moment. Even Rashid al-Alimi doesn't know when it was done. This was the way to cripple the legitimacy, the Yemeni legitimacy. Despite all of the situation in Yemen, because President Hadi really, spoke the truth. This council does not represent the Yemenis. It was appointed by the Saudi administration in order to fragment Yemen. So there's a problem. What you called an uprising or a Houthi uprising or a disarmament all over the Yemen, including Socotra. Mr. Abdulaziz Jubari said that we have to work for the interest of the country. What country are you talking about? Is there a country, is there a government in Yemen, or is there different countries or small countries? You talked about the situation in Yemen, that it is a Houthi uprising and that the Houthis are taking over the governmental institution and that there's interference from Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates, and that's what led to this situation. So how do you see that we can get out of this crisis? This is the question that you posed. The peace in Yemen is difficult, complex, and easy at the same time. It is complex if the countries of the alliance and the region work for their interest instead of the Yemeni interest. And if the international community do not do what they're supposed to do, and if the Yemeni officials don't do what they're supposed to do, it is easy because we have several political dialogues. We have held several dialogues with the Houthi groups, and I was part of the people who participated in these discussions with Professor Khalid al-Yemeni. And we tackled different issues and very important issues. Because in the end, if we all agree that we have to have one country and one constitution with the equality of rights and obligations, that's what we want. We are asking the Houthi group to give up this idea, this ideology that they're appointed by God. Why? Because the Yemeni population would never accept to be governed this way. These projects have never succeeded. This system and this regime that is built on a myth that they have the right, a divine right to govern the country can never succeed. So how can you make them abandon this project? What are the pieces that you have in your hand? In the Kuwait discussions, we reached a pseudo agreement. The issue is that we refused to let go of the legitimacy of the President Hadi. The President Hadi must be at the head of this council. The Houthis refused President Hadi. And now, the countries of the alliance or the coalition, so the countries of the coalition brought a different group of people to represent the country. So now the problem of the President Hadi is over. So now we have to get together as Yemenis, Houthis, and all the political parties. We must get together without any governorship, without any control by the by Saudi Arabia or the United Arab Emirates or any other party. We have to agree together with common leadership in Yemen. There is a weakness in the group leadership in Yemen, but we need this group leadership because we don't have elections, and we cannot have a president led by or elected by the Yemeni population. So we have to elect this president through a presidential council. And I believe that we will reach the solution if we have the true will, so that we can really act in the interests of the country. Abdullah Obal, Tawakkol is with us as well. Abdullah Obal is with us. The problem is here in Yemen is that the Houthis do not see in any of us. Do not see that we are a part of the discussion. They see that we need to discuss only with Saudi Arabia and through Saudi Arabia. The Houthis are saying, who are these people who are talking about the legitimacy? I said this several times. Since people want to ask questions, Abdullah Auda said that we don't have any more time left. Can we take some questions? Dr. Abdullah Obal is with us. Is Dr. Abdullah Obal with us? Could we ask him a quick question? He's not with us. I'll take this opportunity to take a question. I received a question from a Yemeni lady, or maybe a comment. I'll give it to you, Tawakkol. One of the comments that she wrote is that she wants to work on strengthening the role of women in Yemen, and this will reestablish some kind of balance in the Yemeni society and the political life in Yemen. The peaceful revolution was led by women and actually proved the right or the role of women to depose the dictatorship government. And now the women, right now, women and men are working and are fighting to take back Yemen from Saudi Arabia, the Emirates. All of these countries are against the rights of women, the rights of the citizen, and the rights of Yemenis in general. Of course, the Yemeni women are suffering twice as much as the men. However, Yemeni women can. Could you be maybe? Could you see, for example, do you see yourself as president of Yemen? No, everything. I don't see myself as president of Yemen. However, we are partners with everyone so that we can achieve stability, peace and stability in the world. We are partners in fighting extremism and terrorism. I'm talking about the Yemeni people. If we adopt democracy and rights and liberties as a main choice so that we can move from war and chaos to peace. Without democracy, we cannot do any of this. Mr. Abdullah, I see your picture. We have a video of Dr. Abdullah Abel. If we can't have him directly with us, we can play his video because he has a very good intervention. Your question, please pose the question and state your name. We can't hear you. Let's ask the question. Let's listen to the question from the person who has the mic. The question. We can't hear you. Mr. Abdulaziz Jubari said that the Houthi militias claim that they have a divine right and that they don't believe in democracy. Mr. Khalid al-Yemeni said that we cannot live together with the Houthi militias. And this is an idea that was unsuccessful. Mr. Sadiq al-Jawani said that the Houthis refuse democracy. So the question is, if we all Yemenis, we believe that the Houthis do not accept peace, so why don't we talk to the world? Why don't we ask the world and demand that the world help us to get rid of the Houthis? We have been warring for 8 years. So this is the question. What is the solution? You are saying that the Houthis do not accept democracy. So what's the solution? The Houthis are saying the same thing about the other parties. What is the solution? Please, Abdulaziz, go ahead. The Houthis believe that they have the right from a divine right to govern the country. Undoubtedly, peace is between two conflicting parties. So otherwise, there would be no meaning to a peace. However, there is differences between the parties. The Houthis are working. However, when you speak to them, when you ask them, when you say, "Do you believe that you have a divine right?" They say, "No, that's not true. We need to uncover everyone in front of the world. We need to sit down with them and discuss with them and negotiate with them." I and many Yemenis see that peace is the best alternative. And unifying Yemen, so to stop the bloodshed. So discussion with the Houthi groups, we know that it's a complex discussion with a ideological group that believes it has divine rights. So we have to hold these discussions to reach peace. If we say that we cannot achieve peace with the Houthis, that means the continuation of the war. So can we, since you are accusing the Houthis of being backed by Iran, could we go to Iran and ask Iran to help resolve this situation? Of course, the Houthis are backed by Iran. Could you speak to Iran? Could you negotiate and discuss with Iran? The problem is there's nobody to talk about the Yemeni interests. Everyone who talks about Yemen interests is excluded by the coalition countries and by everyone else. So everyone expects the coalition to be able to speak, to be the one to speak to Iran. The Yemenis need to talk about the interests of their country. So, and we can't leave it to foreigners.
To militias in the country and militias that are not really Yemeni but backed by foreign forces. I really wonder what is your message to Yemenis, people inside Yemen who are taking money and weapons from foreign governments to back their militias to continue fighting in Yemen. What responsibility do you believe that Yemenis have in accepting or rejecting foreign governments that are providing them with weapons? And is there any kind of plan to disarm these militias and ultimately what is domestic enforcement of foreign government agendas, particularly in Socotra and the south?
Maybe I can proceed in getting you an answer to that. The Yemeni case is copy-paste the Somali case. Somali case, 30 years of of conflict and within conflict and post-conflict. And Somalia is still in grievances because of that. Yemen is the same. That's why when I was talking about the process that everybody is talking, if the Houthis are not reacting positively, then we should start the war again against them. I think this is not the solution, because we tried war for 8 years and we failed to do, but we still lost some of our lands for the Houthis. They recovered areas, they pushed, now they are cornering Marib, they are almost in Marib. And that's why the intention of the Houthis, by just stopping the cross-border war, is to focus on internal war. And in internal war, they think that they will succeed. The result is, as I told you, if we move one step towards cessation of hostilities, we still will go 30 years. I'm not kidding. It's after 9 years, we will have to go further in order to settle down because of that money coming from everywhere. Militias prospering on a daily basis. This is an issue. And if you study the conflicts in Africa and everywhere in the world, especially in countries in Asia, low development and underdeveloped countries, it's a similar case.
I want to add something to Mr. Khalid, that with the militias, it's a very important question, because in the beginning of the war, we were fighting Houthi militia. And now there is militias in Yemen. And the problem is that you asked me,
اليمن والمشكل، وقد سألتني ذلك في البداية غادة، ما هو دور الولايات المتحدة والمجتمع الدولي؟ المشكل هو أنهم جعلوا هذه الميليشيات شرعية واعتمدوها بدلا من التحاور فقط مع الدولة ومع الحكومة، وجعل الحكومة هي الوحيدة التي تمتلك السلاح، فإنهم أضافوا عليهم الشرعية. أغلب
The problem here, it is to stop those countries from creating militias. So we came here to tell US, to tell the international community. We came here to tell them that they have a bad policy towards,
Do you think they will change this bad policy?
They should. Do you know why?
Why they should?
Do you know why? Because they are now paying the price of ignoring the problems in Arab region. They are paying the price of making conspiracy with those dictators and with these militias in their countries. It's a huge, battle now between democracy camp and dictators camp. So they have to listen. They have to, otherwise the militias will come to America by the far right and the wing right, and they will do the same thing to the American administration, like what happened in our region. Now all the democracy around the world are under threat. So they have to. It is not a choice. They have to gather themselves and to support democratic people and to stop militias and to stop the countries that support militias and that support destroying the countries.
Let's listen to her question. Proceed,
okay.
Please.
My question is the war in Yemen backed by the U.S.?
Backed by the U.S.? Mm-hmm.
What do you mean? The U.S. is actually behind the war in Yemen?
That's my question.
Is it?
Wallahi, it is. Look, it's a difficult. Difficult question.
We went from Houthi to the U.S.
Now that is good. That is a good question. Do you know that U.S. backed this war by indirectly, let's tell it indirectly, by supporting Saudi and Emirates with weapons, by giving them the legitimacy on waging the war in Yemen, by also recognizing Houthi militia in Yemen as a part of this conflict.
So you have a question there.
Yeah.
Well,
Actually, I don't know, should I speak Arabic or English? I'm not sure.
Whatever you like.
Okay, but I want to say something, and I don't know how many of you people have visited Yemen recently. I was with my family, with all my kids. We were there. We were never happy. We're sad. And I'm telling you, the situation in Yemen is really bad. We are losing one whole generation with the militia. If you go into the streets, you'll find hundreds of photos of young children that were dead because they were in jihad against Saudi Arabia. Who's talking about education here? Okay, that's a big deal.
Very, very good point and very dangerous.
And there is another thing I want to add. If we talk about education, we're talking about future. So that's the rule of everybody here, to talk about it and always encourage it. Here I see everybody, they consider us as the elite who would think about Yemen for tomorrow. But I urge everybody here that we all have to be united for tomorrow Yemen. We all always fight for a party, not for Yemen, not for the one vision. We need to be united. That's what I'm saying. And also, because we fight, we don't see the hope. I always believe that we need to spread hope for Yemenis because they need it. They feel happy when they feel valued and appreciated. Just post that all the time for the Yemeni people, and they deserve it.
Amen to that, and we have to stop the session because there are 3 more sessions to come. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you so much for your presentation. I hope everybody listen to this useful information and analysis. شكرا جزيلا لكم.
We have a break and يا إبراهيم.
إبراهيم مرحبا
صاحبك حبيبي هذا
نقول له معانا بريك لمدة
أهلا وسهلا أهلا
البرود اللي فيه
أهلا
معانا بريك
مرحبا حياكم الله
5 minutes
مرحبا
then we'll resume
الله يحفظك
5 minutes break
كيف السؤال والله إننا سعيدنا
العدد
ما شباب يا أخي رجعت شباب والله العظيم والله ما عاد عرفتك الله يحفظك
بس حيكون
الله يشرف الدار
على حسب اللي حيجوه
الله
crisis that's been unfolding, as we've heard now for many years. In the interest of time, I will introduce very, very quickly our 5 panelists, 3 of whom are here with us and 2 of whom will join us virtually. Professor Stephen Day teaches international affairs at Rollins College and is vice president of the Yemeni parliament. We are also joined, is that incorrect? I see. Unfortunately, that is on your introduction. So let me say that again. Stephen Day is Professor of International Affairs at Rollins College. We have with us online Tawfiq Al-Hamidi, who is President of SAM, Organization for Rights and Liberties in Yemen. We also have with us here on stage Sumaya Al-Thur, who is co-founder of Women for Yemen, as well as head of the Madar Forum in Germany. Also on stage with us is Ahmed Al-Dubai, who is professor at Edinburgh Napier University in the UK. And finally, also joining us virtually, we hope later on, is Hamoud Al-Audi, who is professor of sociology at the universities of both Sana'a and Aden. So I'd like to ask, please, Professor Day, if you could begin. And just so everyone knows, our speakers will speak for about 7 to 10 minutes, and then we'll go directly to questions from the audience, since we'd like you all to participate.
Thank you for the introduction, Nasreen. And it's a real pleasure to be here on the campus of Georgetown University. My alma mater, actually. I did my PhD studies here on a fellowship through the Center for Contemporary Arab Studies. So it's a real thrill for me to attend this conference on issues concerning Yemen. After getting my start here at Georgetown, I did my doctoral dissertation back in the 1990s on the subject. The stories I could tell of my attempt to defend my thesis on Yemen, perhaps there are many students in the room who know what that's like to go in front of a panel of professors who ask questions about a thesis, particularly one concerning a country like Yemen. I cannot say that there was any advantage or gain from writing my dissertation at the time on a subject that became so relevant to the politics of the country. From a very early point, I was interested in this subject of federalism and confederalism within the country. The subject that became obviously a subject of great controversy around the time of the National Dialogue Conference and the years afterward. I have to say that the issue was debated and discussed from a very early point in the history of Yemeni unity. In fact, I began to research the subject on the advice of many within Yemen who were aware of the importance of this issue of relations between the central government and Sana'a and local government officials at all levels of the country. What I can say from my years living in Yemen nearly 3 decades ago in the 1990s is that I met many individuals capable of being leaders in the country, wise individuals who were aware of Yemen's multiple divisions and the history of those divisions within the country. They spoke of the need to preserve national unity by decentralizing government to locally elected bodies in a federal system or some arrangement similar. These were years when there was still great hope for Yemen's self-initiated experiment with democracy. The problem came from politicians of great power who treated talk of genuine local elections as a sign of treason. After the renewal of popular demands for democracy amid Yemen street protests in 2011, a national dialogue conference was, of course, held in Sana'a, resulting in a plan for a new six-region state. The early 2014 outcome of the NDC endorsed federalism, as I did just 2 years earlier in the conclusion of my first book about Yemen in 2012. The NDC outcomes were not a surprise, just as there was no surprise when persons of great power and influence objected to the six-region federal plan, resisting it prior to the war in 2015. The new six-region federal constitution was at the heart of disagreements in Sana'a when peaceful debate was replaced by armed conflict. In my view, the NDC outcomes were worth supporting. Yet, like many people I met in Yemen during my dissertation research in the 1990s, I believe the federal plan or some form of decentralization should have been tried from the start of unity in 1990. It came late after the 2011 street revolts. I still think the NDC outcomes, including the federal plan, are worth preserving as some sort of foundation for negotiations about Yemen's future government. Given conflicts of the past 8 years, it's hard to imagine instituting a six-region federal state as conceived in 2014. Yet what is the alternative? Would a return to the pre-2011 system offer a more realistic foundation for Yemen's future government? Some suggest a return to the pre-1990 arrangement with two north and south halves. The reality is that any plan for the future structure of the Yemeni state faces problems, and the end result will necessarily derive from conditions on the ground in the coming year. Tragically, an opportunity was lost at the end of the NDC in January 2014. Former President Hadi and the panel of legal experts that drafted a new constitution delayed far too long. The post-NDC constitution should have been ready for a popular referendum before Houthi rebels entered Sana'a in September 2014. Likewise, the UN Security Council and governments of the US, UK, France, Russia, and China should have enforced key resolutions sanctioning the former president, Saleh, and Houthi leaders in order to prevent the obstruction of NDC outcomes. It was absurd, in my mind, for the first UN Special Envoy to negotiate a separate peace and national partnership agreement with Houthi rebels in September 2014, after they were already inside the national capital. The key lesson from all of this, especially here in Washington, D.C., is that world leaders, including those from the U.S. government, cannot abandon responsibilities towards Yemen's population of 30 million, who are currently living through the world's worst humanitarian crisis. It is vitally important for the U.S. government to contribute financially to humanitarian relief. Additionally, the U.S. government must also insist on bringing an end to Yemen's war while helping to create the means for representatives of the Yemeni people to rebuild their country and establish government serving the public good of the broader population. Thank you.
Is my microphone audible? It is. And I'd like to check now, is Mr. Tawfiq Al-Hamidi ready to talk? Hello. Mr. Al-Hamidi, you can begin. Welcome.
So I'm talking to you today about the devastating war being waged against the political will of Yemen.
I think we're having a. I'm so sorry, Mr. Al-Hamdi, we're having a problem.
Extremist group with taking over the authority with support from outside and aspiring to rule or demanding to rule Yemenis under historical ridiculous claims. Unfortunately, there is nothing to talk about. Destruction is now in every corner, pain in every home. The homes that the Yemenis tried to rehabilitate and bring water and electricity into are now a waste. It's men, women, and children are going through this unstoppable or non-stoppable stopping pain. There isn't a house in Yemen today that doesn't have a martyr or a captive. The free Yemenis are being chased away. There are attacks against the Yemeni constitution, the outcomes of the national dialogue since the 26th of March 2015, when President Rabbu Mansour Hadi demanded a stop. But what happened despite the interference of the Arab League and the United Nations? What happened is that the Arab coalition, unfortunately, came against the desires of the Yemenis and steered away from its path and brought in chaos. And it created more militias. And after only 3 years of the Yemeni war, they said that after 3 years of the war, Yemen is no longer a country, and it appears as a country that has left existence. So any of these political support or military strength to reunite the country or achieve victory on the battlefield. So this deviation and the regional interference aggravated infighting between the parties of the legitimate government and the group supported by Iran that is just like it is in Lebanon and Iraq, which further complicated the situation as in the took over islands of Yemen, and they held tens and thousands of captives and killed so many more. The situation in Socotra may be clear, but Saudi Arabia was not that benevolent advisor, but there are so many Yemenis who were killed outside Saudi land fighting for money. There are 30,000 Yemenis fighting along the borderline. This is one of the reports. Now, many of those fighting along the borderline are going through PTSD situations, and under the current economic situation, there's the desire to confiscate the Yemeni decision-making process, to change the Yemeni constitution and the regime without consulting with any Yemenis, and established a weak government that cannot exist, unfortunately, and established a state that does not belong to the historical Yemen. And today, I'm sorry to say that this conflict in Yemen led to war crimes and attacks against civilians using rockets, missiles, and destruction everywhere. There are over 2,000 schools that were destroyed. There is an entire Yemeni generation, over 2.5 million outside schools. Hospitals were destroyed. The sons of Ta'as cannot go to Sana'a after they were able to do this in 3 hours. Now it takes them more than 12. And because of the Houthis' victory, the sons of Ta'as have spent over 600,000 hours in alleys and back roads, and spent over 5 billion Yemeni riyals to run through these areas. We have documented all these violations, forced disappearance, violations against women, recruiting of children. Today, as I speak, I am about to issue the report for 2022. We have 612 execution orders by the court of Houthis in Sana'a. Only 10 of them are apologize for audio problems. The institutions are being looted by the Houthi group, and that's by the so-called judicial guard. And so I'm sure everyone heard about the economic crisis, its reasons, and now the Yemenis are eating only one meal. They don't eat 2 meals, and there are 5 million children under the age of 5 who do not have enough nutrition. In addition, under all these covers, many groups have been formed with great corruption who visits Yemen or will see the hate speech, unfortunately, also in the social media. It's hate speech is it's a poison now against women, and between warring parties, this struggle resorts to religion, history, ideology, and we even issued a report about hate speech in the social media, and in it recounted all these incidents. And unfortunately, this war today, and I say it with complete honesty, this war exploded under the eyes of the international community, be it through their ambassadors or their envoys. For 8 years now, there is not a true efforts to stop this war. When I say that the Americans and the Europeans and the United Nations should stop the war, I am not begging. I am demand that they that they seek forgiveness for their sins. All this talk about human rights and democracy in Washington, people right now don't believe in it anymore because they view it as a word and a speech, a message that aligns with the militia. Give me 1 minute.
But in the question and answer session, you can continue. Thank you so much. And now, Ms. Sumaya Al-Thur.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله.
Peace be upon you. I had prepared my intervention in English. However, since there's interpretation, I would like to speak Arabic so that I could speak more freely. And first of all, I would like to thank the organizers of this meeting, of this conference. Such conferences are accused of so many things. However, it is an obligation for us as Yemenis to continue to raise this voice and to continue to talk about the Yemeni situation, the Yemeni case, because it became a cause that is forgotten, limited to specific parties, and we don't hear about Yemen aside other than from them. Today we listen to many points of views, to many things about the Yemeni population. I would like to talk a little bit about the economic and humanitarian situation in Yemen, and I'm not going to talk very much. Everything is written in the paper. However, I would like to make certain remarks and give certain ideas and certain solutions to create a permanent, sustainable peace as the goal of this conference. We know that the crisis started in 2014 when the Houthis took control over the capital Sana'a, and the government and the President had to leave after several discussions, and they had to flee the country to to go to countries to neighboring countries, especially after they took over the south. This called for an Arab coalition under the slogan of helping the Yemenis against the Houthis. What we see today is that this was a false pretext, and behind it there were many plans that failed, and the goals and objectives were not true and had nothing to do with reality. When we're talking about the humanitarian situation or crisis in Yemen after about 9 years of a brutal war, the Yemeni population at least now sees a ceasefire or a temporary ceasefire. This truce brought the hope to achieve a sustainable peace and democracy. However, as a result of this conflict, millions of Yemens are still displaced, and many children cannot go to school. And the country now is increasingly under the influence, under the negative influence of the climate change. There are several factors that need to be dealt with from the root. And the truce gave the international community an opportunity to increase their support and their investment in Yemen, so that they to sustain and to help the Yemeni population. In the beginning of 2022, the coordinator of the United Nations in Yemen called for providing assistance to millions of people in Yemen who are not even able to reach clean water. So the basic components of life became a dream, and great difficulties in Yemen. And half of these resources go for nutrition. However, there are several other needs that are in which Yemen is very, very poor. Despite the humanitarian assistance, 17 million Yemenis are suffering from malnutrition, and they need a great deal of support. And this number is supposed to climb up to 19 million if the resources or the distribution of resources remain as it is right now. And in this context, in this weak context, women and children, and girls are even more facing more violence and more difficulties and more violations, even more arrest and torture. In order to find solution to this crisis, we have to find the root causes of malnutrition. Armed conflict is the main driver for malnutrition in the country. There are several limitations that prevent all the assistance to get to the families that need it. For example, embargoes and blockades on cities, blockades of certain streets, certain roads, main roads, as we saw in Taz. And as well, before the Sana'a airport was opened, there was a great problem. There was a humanitarian problem. We know the source of that problem. We know the causes of that closure. And we know also in Stockholm, in the Stockholm negotiation, we talked about the opening of the airport. However, due to the stubbornness of so many parties, this didn't happen. But when the airport was opened, there was a great deal of relief. Yemenis also need to go outside of the country to seek medical treatment. The truce was signed between the different parties since April. And since then, there was no aerial attack by any parties. So basically, the conflict is between foreign parties, outside parties. The truce benefited the foreign parties more than anything, more than the Yemeni population. Many people live in liberated areas and controlled areas. They're still suffering from a great deal of crisis in terms of nutrition, education, and medicine. To be brief, Yemen fell a victim of a brutal conflict for several years, with several factors and several players, international and local players, which led to a devastating effect on the Yemeni society, and several violations of human rights, and led to a humanitarian crisis. Several people, millions of people are facing nutrition problems. COVID-19 and the Ukrainian war did not lead to the devastation in Yemen. So this crisis facing this crisis will need a great deal of efforts on the international level. And it is hard to predict how it's going to end. However, there are steps that could be taken in order to achieve sustainable peace in the area. The only key, I believe, the main key and the only key to resolve the crisis in Yemen, or the conflict in Yemen, is between the hands of Yemenis themselves. And for this, all the parties need to be ready to reach an urgent, peaceful solutions. And this means a great deal of concessions and putting the national interest on the basis of these discussions. And this requires very difficult negotiations and a desire and will to find a solution, a political solution, without instead of relying on the military powers, which we can see we did not and we will not reach through it any kind of a peaceful resolution. The international community also has a role to play in Yemen and peace in Yemen. Several efforts need to be spent to fix the root causes of the conflict, as we mentioned, and guaranteeing the basic rights of the Yemeni population. You have.
I will try.
1 minute. Thank you so much.
لابد لابد.
There needs to be a great deal of pressure by the international community, as we mentioned, and the comprehensive peace, and especially in the area. We need to understand, after all these years of war, that if we don't have peace in Yemen, the neighbors and the world will be affected by this war. There must be a Yemeni will, a national will, a true national Yemeni will for this peace. And it is necessary for all Yemenis to stop pointing fingers at each other and calling each other traitors. Otherwise, we're going to remain in a vicious cycle, and we will not leave it at all. When I go to negotiate with another party, I have to be ready to present concessions that may be difficult. However, politics is an art, and we need to use all the possible assets in front of us. The leaders must also take into consideration the humanitarian situation and the Yemeni people in general.
Can talk some more. Professor Al-Dubai. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. You can hear me well? Okay, that's fine. Thanks. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. كزميلتي السابقة كنت أعددت كلمة بالإنجليزية لكن
I believe that everyone here speaks Arabic, and most of the presents here speak Arabic. So I will speak in Arabic since most of the people here speak Arabic. Salutations to everyone. I came from the University of Edinburgh in Scotland as a Yemeni immigrant to the West. Because of my immigration was because of the ill administration of the country. I'm one of the victims of that ill administration. I will concentrate on education because the main problem in Yemen was education. When the education level went down, the problem started. The Yemenis did not get their right to education the way they're supposed to be. They're supposed to, women and men, and the country was not able to produce an education, high-level education, so that the Yemeni citizen could be aware of his rights and obligations, which is what created portions of a society that had no identity. So you may be surprised that the President Ali Abdullah Saleh did not go to school in Yemen. Abdul Malik al-Houthi did not go to a state school in Yemen. So we are facing a coalition of ignorance against education and elimination in Yemen. The people came out in 2011, in February 2011, for a revolution against the dictatorship and tyranny, to live in a dignified life. as the rest of the humans. Believing in the values of George Washington, Martin Luther King. We want democracy, we want freedom, we want equality. We went out in the streets. However, the world betrayed us and disappointed us. Therefore, the issue in Yemen became a curse on this country. You know the importance of Yemen strategically. The British came, and the Turks and Ethiopians, all kinds of invaders. And this strategy or this strategic situation or location was close to one of the most important oil reserves in the world. But however, the Yemen kept being dealt with as a poor country in the south of the Arabian Peninsula, and the relationship kept going that way. The importance and the interest of oil companies came first. In 1960, John Kennedy was the president of this country. Mohsen Al-Aini came to him to explain to him the Yemeni situation. He had two files in front of him. The one dealing with the U.S. companies in the area, and on the other side, the interest of the Yemeni population. Kennedy, after studying the situation, he realized that the United States needed to back the Republican system, because it's not going to go against the U.S. interest. We need to understand, we need for the United States to have the same position, that to understand that the Yemeni population want a better future. We need to define the problem of Yemen in the right way. This is a political transformation, and the people in Yemen want stability and partnership with the region and with the world, because we believe that if we have a successful state in Yemen, it's going to be in the interest of the world, in the interest of Yemen, in the interest of the region and the world. It's going to lead to hope. It's going to lead to freedom. We're talking about 30 million Yemenis who don't have any hope. What do you hope? What do you expect from 30 million people who don't have any hope in the world? They're going to become the enemy of the world, because they think that the world does not care about them. We live in a small village. Either we stand with democracy and fight for democracy, the alternative is chaos. I said this is a small village, and I know what I'm talking about. You know what happened in Brazil right now, and you know what happened in the United States here. A march to the Congress, to the capital, and invading the capital. And there are groups in Germany who believe that they have to take care of the government because they feel that they're the best. We have the same problem in Yemen. We have a group that think that everything is owed to them, and the rest of the Yemenis don't matter. We need to be all Yemenis and not exclude anyone. We're not against the Houthis because they're Houthis or because they're Hashemites. They are our brothers, and we need to live with them, and we need to meet personally with Abd al-Malik al-Houthi so that we can live together. The Houthi path maybe is attractive to the Houthi, maybe because they found a country that gave them all the weapons and ammunitions. We are not facing a small uprising. The country or the state was given to them. handed to them on a silver platter. So we are going to talk about the regional interference which is happening right now in Yemen. It's part of the problem. The Saudi, Emirati interference is a problem. Let's talk frankly. The Saudi interference and the Emirati interference was against the interest of Yemen and against the Saudi and Emirati interest in the long run. We have been in the peninsula for 5,000 years. Yemen has 2 queens. The women has contributed greatly in the past and will continue to contribute. The first woman who drove a car in the Arabian Peninsula was a woman, and the first was a Yemeni woman, and the first doctor in the Arabian Peninsula is a woman, and the first people to create a civil society is a Yemeni. Even football, we started playing football 120 years ago. We have a great deal of qualifications. We have a great deal of qualified Yemenis who are working in the highest level universities in the world, and they can help contribute to the prosperity of Yemen. We need peace in Yemen. We need to define the problem in Yemen as adequately as possible. And we need to come out of this thinking, or get out of this thinking, this U.S. thinking that the Yemen is only a card to be played against Iran or Saudi Arabia or the Emirates. We need a great partnership, a real partnership with the United States. We see that the United States is a great example of democracy, open democracy. Do you know that in Mexico, for example, when Mexico said that they wanted to accept only the Catholics and those who speak Spanish. However, in the United States, they said, we accept everyone. Look at the difference between the United States and Mexico right now. How the open society and democracy changed the United States into the strongest country in the world. Not with weapons, but with knowledge, with science, with information wealth. This is what we want in our country. We don't want to have one faction controlling everyone else to show us what is the path for heaven or hell. The politicians are not, it's not their responsibility to lead us to heaven or hell. We need to, their responsibility is to provide the basic needs, and this is going to happen only through democracy, through development. Yemen is a very diversified country. We have several resources. Yemen is not a poor country. I don't agree that Yemen is a poor country. Our strategic and geopolitical position is enough for us. Yemenis want to work, and they can work, and they love to work. And we are not going to beg the world for food. Once again, I'm saying I came here not to cry. However, I want to say that we hope that Yemenis can produce a roadmap so that we can accept one another. We can go back to the negotiation table as Yemenis, comprehensive negotiation between Yemenis without any interference from outside. And if there's any interference, it would be under the auspices of the United Nations, or any interference that would help and support democracy and send a clear message to whoever is against the political plurality in Yemen, is against not only Yemen but the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think now we have Professor Al-Audi joining us. There we are. Welcome. Please go ahead. Professor Hamoud. It's not working?
In the name of God, do you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. Yes, we hear you. Yes, we hear you. We hear you.
Yes, thank you.
I talk to you from Sana'a. I talk to you from Sana'a. And I convey to you the voices of Sana'a and all those inside Yemen to this wonderful forum where we hear the absent voice of the homeland. To those who have this opportunity to hear this distinct voice that we missed for a long time. To them all, I offer the thanks and the gratitude. The second thing is that what I want to say to do. History teaches us all that Yemen is the graveyard of all conquerors. And starting with the international community, that we should deal with that the world now is a small village, and wherever we go, whatever happens in one place reflects on the others. Now we believe in this fact, but unfortunately, we don't find the international community any reciprocity and no more than sentiments and sharing of worries. And the most they can do is charity, which we do not look forward to. The Yemeni people, as the speakers showed, are not in need of charity. They are capable to support others. What we need is true human stances for the people of Yemen. We want the international community in general and the United States in particular to not allow foreign interference. And if they can, and if they can prevent all their appendices and followers, starting with Saudi Arabia and Emirates and all the others, to stop the war in Yemen, then they should to stop their attacks on Yemen. There is no need for Saudi Arabia or Emirates or the Gulf countries The same applies to Iran, whose government seems to be seeking confrontation with the whole world. Its people will take care of it. Its great people can deal with it, and as such, if the international community to stop the interference in Yemen and with the Yemenis, then we will not reach the end that many are trying to lead us to. Interpreter apologizes for audio difficulties. We want to affirm that Yemenis are capable to solve their problems. In fact, they can establish all the necessary foundations. After the international conference, what happened is that we saw destructive interference after 2014. And there are some political parties that have some authority and some money, which enable them to manipulate the outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference. And instead of 14 parties that took part in the conference and 30 million people, they led them into a political conflict amongst all of them. Ali Abdullah Saleh and the conflict with Abdul Majid Zindani and the new active player Al-Houthi, who seeks to revive a 1,000 years old history. So they are the ones who wasted the outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference and did not establish the new state that everyone was hoping for. And instead, they all tried to be the state and became nothing but proxies to other foreign parties and players, as everyone knows. And so, they wasted the Yemeni will and the Yemeni hope, and it became captive to regional interests and not in the hands of the Yemeni people. So they should know that everything what happened is not. Interpreter apologizes for the audio quality. And so, all those who butchered women and children are not representative of the 30 million Yemenis, but rather political groups that sold their own conscience and started treating these people as prey, which they wanted to use and lead this country to eliminate this country and this population from the world. This illusion that some regions that never had a state or statehood throughout their history now they want to take over this country, its history, and its civilization. With them, all wars started with them, all conspiracies expanded, and Iranian expansion in the region moved forward. And they apologies from the interpreter for the audio quality. We affirm that we in Yemen are partners in history and in geography, and with our brothers and Saudi Arabia and in the Gulf, and so they should respect the will of Yemen and the Yemenis, not try to force on them something they do not desire. Also, those who try to impose their will as a de facto rule apologies from the interpreter for the audio quality. We're missing parts of the speech. With our partners participating in this conference, who reject subservience and maintain the honor of the Yemen, starting with our dear sister Tawakkol and Mr. Saleh and the governor of Socotra and all the honorable people. We hope that this circle expands and that we can hear the sound for the unjustly treated. We have ideas and the solutions are not so difficult. And if we have the will, we will be able to apply these solutions. Interpreter apologizes for audio quality.
Professor, I'm so sorry to interrupt you. We're running out of time. Thank you so much. We'll have more time to speak during the question and answer. Thank you very much. Thank you. And we have the pleasure of another guest speaker. The former Minister of Culture will be speaking to us now via video from Aden. Dr. Abdullah Aubel. Dr. Abdullah Aubel, is the video connected? Are we? There we are. Hello, Dr. Aubel, can you hear us?
In the name of God, brothers and sisters, members of the conference, Assalamu alaikum. I greet you from the temporary capital, Aden. And I wish your conference success and outcomes and decisions to the benefit of the Yemeni people. This gathering brings attention and focus, especially on the internal parts, to find a way to come out of this crisis that our people have been living under in 8 years. Our people have gone through 8 difficult years since the Houthi coup and confiscation of the state and ignition of a war. It is still the case. Until the interpreter apologizes for audio quality. The war drew a map of a divided Yemen under de facto rules with the help of the coalition arming and funding. Where and it seemed as though the warlords, with their conflicting projects and ideas, were leading the state. And in 2022, all these contradictions were brought under the Presidential Council with 8 heads, sisters and brothers. As we enter our 9th year, and I'm sure to 750 riyals per dollar starting this new year. And you can imagine the increase in fuel prices and so on. As we continue, many of the employees, even at the level of general director, under poverty line, and those who earn under 100,000 riyals cannot provide the basic needs and nutrition to their families. Brothers and sisters, as you debate the possible routes to end this war, we affirm that the Houthis do not want to end this war without victory, where they have the equation of everything or nothing. And so we, all legitimate forces, if we get together, then Houthis would think twice. However, after 8 years, and after the exorbitant cost to the citizens, it is difficult to see victory for one side or another. And we expect nothing but more losses and more death. There are more than 250,000 killed and millions of displaced and refugees and famine. And the time has come to end this war and bring peace to the people. And in this vein, we believe that the outcomes of the National Dialogue Conference is the reference point to rebuild the institutions of the state. Yemenis, for the first time, agreed on the basis on which they should build their country. And without the traitor coup, we would have been along the way towards progress and growth. A Yemeni dialogue under the Arab League and the United Nations can provide a possible solution if all warring parties reached an understanding and conviction that such a solution can pave the road to end the war. And without this solution, they can end the war and the dialogue and find a solution. For this, come up with a draft constitution to rebuild the society without conflict and chaos. The February 2011 revolution was able to create a new youth generation believing in a secular civic government. But the violations and the national coalition government did not succeed because of the interferences. And so we should rework under the transitional justice law, which was not implemented because of the previous government that prevented these laws, including the repatriation of funds as law as well. And we reassert the need for investigating the violations of the prior regime, and in addition to the war crimes being committed in this war, the transitional justice law and the recouping of stolen funds laws should be implemented and for the interest of the country and to end all conflicts. As for the stolen money, we should extend the purview of the law to cover the current time where we see public looting of public funds and fictional projects, and as we see taxation of weddings and funerals, or what we can call the taxation of feelings of the people. Our people are looking for a united country that brings justice, fair distribution of wealth, social promotion and progress. Wish you and your conference success.
Thank you very much. Time for just a couple of questions. So for people who want to ask questions, I just ask that you keep your question a question, just because we don't have very much time. And you can line up. You don't need to write the questions to me. You can just line up on in front of the mics on either side. And again, we just have time for a couple of questions. Please introduce yourself, and please also say to whom on the panel your question is addressed. Thank you very much. Please go ahead.
My name is Kees Bouchard. I work for the National Endowment for Democracy. I'm going to ask my question in Arabic since that seems to be the preference. تكلمنا الكثير عن الجهات المسلحة.
We talked about armed conflicts and regional conflicts. However, in your opinion, what is the role of civil society in building peace or in reaching a political agreement or for peace? وإلى من طرح هذا السؤال؟
Just to the panel as a whole. Thank you.
المجتمع المدني.
The civil society generally is active and more active when it's in the area in which it is working.
لكن مع الغياب يعني الدولة المستقرة غاب معها العمل المدني المؤثر. يعني في عمل مدني، في محاولات للتأثير في الداخل، لكن أغلبها إما بيكون للمساعدات للمساعدات الإنسانية أو للتدريبات، يعني والاستعداد لمستقبل قادم وتجهيز الشباب والنساء وغيرهم. فالعمل المدني برأيي للأسف الشديد مع غياب وجود الدولة ضعيف جدا.
The absence of a state, it is less influential because
في الحرب فليس من مصلحة يعني الأطراف الصراع أن تدخلهم كما لا تسمح بدخول النساء.
So all these are parties are part of the political role and the creation of peace. I believe this is important. I would like to add, for civil society organizations, they must be partners in the production of development plans. The main problem in Yemen, we have hundreds of thousands of fighters who don't have any qualifications or skills. I remember in one of my speeches in Scotland, I met an Afghani student. And I still remember what he said. The question was, why are you in a war? How come you're in a war in Afghanistan for 30 years? The answer was,
they are covering their living expenses from their guns. That's what he said. We have the same situation now in Yemen. The civil society organization, they have to be partners in creating jobs, in creating plans to these people, so that how we can rehabilitate these people again and to engage them with the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please. Can someone fix that microphone, please? One question. Thank you. Voilà.
صلاح الجرافي Research in Strategic Science. تحدث الجميع أن الحوثي مجمع الجميع على أنه ميليشيات وانقلاب. في الحديث عن السلام الجميع يرغب في السلام، لكن للأسف الجميع غير مستعد للسلام ولا يمتلك الأدوات التي تؤهله إلى السلام. أتمنى أنا مداخلتي أو سؤالي، أتمنى أن يخرج المؤتمر هذا ألا يكون ردة فعل. للأسف نحن جميع المكونات التي تواجه الحوثي تعمل كردات فعل للحوثي ولا توجد رؤية واضحة.
We all react to the Houthis and there's no clear vision or plan to face the situation. I hope that this conference will come out with recommendation to we need to redefine the Houthis as an terrorist group by the United States government. It has been done before, but the terrorist qualification was dropped. Why can we not just qualify them or define them as a terrorist organization?
Okay. And who would you like to? Do you want to respond? Or you, Professor Day?
Yeah, I could say.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
I think my mic is working. This, unfortunately, was an issue that became part of the politics in the United States at the end of the prior administration. And it's true, the designation of Ansar Allah as a terrorist organization, I think, was in effect for 3 weeks, maybe. I think it was one of the first acts of the Biden administration when they came into office, was to reverse the designation. And I know there was a very strong sense within the Biden administration that the Trump administration did that to leave this in place for the Biden administration to deal with. And it was part of discussions in the United States about how to bring about an end to the fighting within Yemen. Once the Ansar Allah organization is designated as a terrorist organization, it's not possible for American officials to have any kind of engagement or discussion with Ansar Allah leaders. And obviously the Biden administration coming into office had the position of saying we need to move forward with talks and negotiations. So I don't think there was any way that they were going to leave that in place. And as I said, I think, unfortunately, it became part of the tit-for-tat politics that was played out between the Trump administration and the Biden administration.
Thank you so much, Professor Day. I'm afraid because of time, please, the other people who want to ask questions, just wait for the panels after lunch. Now we'll break. I'm afraid after lunch, please, because we're so late. Thank you so much. Thank you to all our panelists, and we'll see you after lunch.
شكرا جزيلا. الجميع مدعو الآن إلى غداء خفيف وبعدها حنعمل اللي هو جلستين مهمتين جدا وبعد الجلستين في عشاء يمني معزومين على مطعم يمني كذا محترم. So we invite you after the panels, after the closing remarks, we invite you to Yemeni restaurant. So please have lunch and return for the important panels. The lunch 1 hour صح يا أستاذ عبد الله ها كوكو
Hi everyone, please do your best to be back here by 2:15 so we can stay on schedule. We need to be out of that room by 2:45 at the very latest. Thank you.
2:15.
Yeah, we rented until 3.
يا شباب يا 2:15 العودة الساعة 2:15 أستاذ عبد الله
خليك نصنف حاجة رابين رحمة الله عليهم.
Testing. Okay. So shall we start? Oh, well, thank you. Okay.
If you don't mind, I'm going to help you keep time a little bit.
That would be great.
I'd love to keep us on track and schedule.
Yeah, we're trying. I've already told the speakers to keep it to no more than 8 minutes.
Perfect.
So if you can help me keep track of that.
I will find a seat in this corridor here.
Okay.
I can just wait to you. Trying to think what's the best. I mean, I can do maybe 6 minutes for each of them. I can do a little ways.
Yeah, that would be great. Oh, that'd be great.
And Q&A, I can do a 5-minute warning maybe.
Yeah, they've all been warned that it's 8 minutes. So hopefully. Okay. So should we start now or?
Yeah. I think maybe give it.
Now I'm noticing it's normally another microphone. Is this going to be sufficient? Okay. Sounds good. Terrific. Thank you. Okay.
3 minutes. If you need anything, you have water. Is that yours or not?
No, but I can put some.
Yeah, yeah, that'd be great. Thank you. Thank you very much.
So my colleague there on the far blue.
Right.
So I'll give you a 6-minute warning for each of the.
Okay, great. Okay.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope you enjoyed your lunch, and welcome to panel 3, Ending the War, How Do We Achieve Lasting Peace and Democracy in Yemen? So today we've got a very, if you could be quiet, please. We're starting the session. Is everyone ready to go? Okay. So today, my name is Patricia Lytle, and I'm moderating panel 3, Ending the War, How Do We Achieve Lasting Peace and Democracy in Yemen? And just by way of introduction, my name is Patricia Lytle. I am I worked as a director of communications for the United Nations Population Fund and for WHO for quite a number of years before doing a series of projects for USAID in Yemen and Afghanistan. And I came out with a book in 2015 called The Hillary Doctrine, Sex in American Foreign Policy, which examined the relationship between the security of women and the security of states, which will be quite germane to some of the topics explored in the panel today. Today, our first speaker is Abdel Ghani, excuse my language, Al-Iriani. He's a senior researcher at the Sana'a Center for Strategic Studies. Speaker number 2 is Fernando Carvajal. He's the former armed groups and regional expert at the UN Security Council panel of experts of Yemen. The third will be joining us from Istanbul. Her name is Kaukab Altiambani, and she's the 2022 W Engage Fellow and the Director of She for Society Initiative. Our fourth panelist is Nadwa Dasari, and she is the non-resident fellow at the Middle East Institute. Did I get that correct? And our fifth and final panelist is Ibrahim Katabi. You've doubtless all met him. He is the Yemeni-American political analyst and a senior legal worker at the Center for Constitutional Rights. So with that, I will give the floor to Dr. Ali Iriani. And again, excuse my Arabic.
Thank you very much.
Pronounced your name.
My colleagues have spoken about the difficulties that Yemen is currently living. They've talked about the destruction the war has caused on people and the economy and the infrastructure. They've talked about the intransigence of the Houthis. They've talked about the intrigue of the regional actors. And they have talked about the displacement and suffering of the Yemeni people. What I think is the takeaway from that is that it's really difficult to restore the Yemeni state. But it's not only that, it's more. Looking at history, the Yemeni history, statehood history is 4,000 years. But statehood was not the default condition of Yemen. Stability was not the default condition of Yemen. Unity was not the default condition of Yemen. So when we talk about restoring the state, we are actually talking about restoring a historical exception. But that's not all. If this hasn't taken your breath away, let me add just one more layer. It is not enough to restore the Yemeni state. As it was before the war, Yemen was so fragile that the possibility of state failure was distinctly in front of our eyes. Now, with 8 years of destruction, it has become even more difficult to imagine a viable Yemeni state post-war. So we really need to restore Yemen to a condition that is better than where we started, where we have seen the failure take place in between 2011 and 2014. We need to have Yemen placed on a path of economic development because, unfortunately, lack of development will mean greater loss of life than what we suffer from in a shooting war. Yemen, if we do not do that, will be stuck in the vicious circle of underdevelopment and will be losing generation after generation. We cannot take a shortcut to peace by compromising these very essential conditions for an end to the war. Let me add more obstacles to our path towards restoring the Yemeni state. Not only do we have a greedy and somewhat ignorant political elite that hasn't developed a vision of ending the war and restoring the state over a period of 8 years, but even the UN hasn't developed a vision of restoring the Yemeni state. Their game is, we'll get the Yemenis to a room, and then they will do whatever they want. Well, that's wrong, because we didn't ask the UN to come to Yemen as a caterer, not a master of ceremony. The UN is supposed to be a mediator, and they are not playing that role. I've worked for the mission for years, and I can tell you that my opinion is that they have not fulfilled the promise of their role as mediators. Add to that, the Saudis are now talking with the Houthis to the exclusion of all the other Yemeni parties. The Saudis are demonstrating the same short-sightedness that we have seen from all the other actors. They want to secure their borders and let the Yemenis do what they might. Well, that's not going to happen. What the Yemenis will do is they will fail to restore the state, we'll go into a civil war, and we will create ungoverned spaces that will be widely open for terrorist groups such as Daesh or Al-Qaeda. The Saudis will be among the losers, but unfortunately, Yemenis are going to be the first to lose from such a scenario. And I fear that any agreement that is reached between the Saudis and the Houthis to the exclusion of other parties is signing the death certificate of the Yemeni state. Having made things so difficult, let me venture a possible path to the restoration of the Yemeni state. I think we can restore the Yemeni state, but we need to start thinking differently. Number one, we cannot continue to demonize the Houthis as we have done today, and I have seen that happen over and over again. As they are the enemies of some factions of Yemeni society in war, they will have to be their partners in peace. And we should strengthen the moderates and the pragmatists in the Houthi movement who would be willing to extend their hands to peace. Number two, we cannot demonize Saudi Arabia. No matter what the agreement, whether this agreement is between us and the Saudis, we have to be cognizant of the fact that without close and special relationship between Yemen and Saudi Arabia, Yemen has no chance of economic viability nor political stability. In effect, no chance of viable statehood. We must do all that needs to be done to restore the relationship between Yemen and Saudi Arabia to that special level of relationship where we would be strong supporters of the stability of Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia will be the strong supporter of stability in Yemen. Having said that, I'd like to propose a few general principles that would make it possible for us to restore the Yemeni state. And I have only 3 minutes, so I'll make it quick. Number one is to recognize facts on the ground. Forget about the national dialogue. Forget about what we have decided at that time. It is an important guide for us. But the fact of the matter is we have to deal with facts in the ground. We have to acknowledge reality as it is and then try to build upon it. We have only 3 remnants of the state that we have lost. International recognition, the central state institutions in Sana'a, and the local government institutions in every governorate. So we need to design the restoration of our state, the structure of the state that we need to restore, on these 3 components. We have no choice of starting new institutions from scratch because it takes time, and we cannot afford that time. We also have to accept the fact that the country has already disintegrated. In effect, it is de facto decentralized in every aspect, administratively, fiscally, and also even the security sector is decentralized. Restoring the state means establishing basis for stability, and stability comes from balances. So instead of looking at the militias as an obstacle to stability and peace, we should use these militias to balance each other off by creating what I consider to be the only available option at this time, reserve forces at the governorates, and opening them for fighters to return to from all factions. Those fighters will then serve weekends in the bases, in the military bases, and in the rest of the week they work in the civilian economy. In the 2 days that they are in the base, they will receive de-radicalization, vocational training, rehabilitation, and their salary will be considered a social security program, which then will be upscaled to include all factions, all parts of the society. If we do that, then we will have formalized what is already in existence and given Yemen the chance to restore its state. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Al-Iriani. Our second speaker is Fernando Carvajal. And again, excuse my pronunciation. I understand that you would like to speak sitting down.
Can you hear me? Is this on? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, podiums and I don't get along very well. So if you don't mind, I know everybody can see me and hear me. First, I'd like to thank everyone, Ibrahim and the organizers, for the invitation of Tawakkol Karman. Thank you very much for the invitation. And it's definitely an honor to be able to share the panel with distinguished Yemenis, which is always a priority here in the U.S. and Western Europe, outside the Yemen, that a general audience, especially students of the Middle East, get to listen from people from Yemen itself and get to listen their perspectives first. I don't have a presentation in particular, but we all wrote a paper, so I'll just give you a summary of the paper that I wrote, which is titled Ending the War in Yemen, Which Won? And it kind of ties up, I want to tie up what Tawakkol Karman mentioned in the morning in the opening ceremony, and what folks like Abdul Ghani had been mentioning all morning, all day. In being in the U.S., knowing the role that the U.S. is playing, we had the U.S. envoy here. For me, the question that comes up as a U.S. citizen, as someone who's based in the U.S. and has been studying Yemen for so long, is definitely what role can the U.S. play in ending this war? But my paper deals with our demand here in the U.S. and the promise from President Biden when he was in the campaign to end the war in Yemen. And it's basically, for me, it's answering which war did President Biden promise to end? The war between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia, the civil war in Yemen between the Houthis and the legitimate government, the war between the North and the South that eventually has been escalating, and which war, the activists in the U.S. and in Western Europe that are demanding the U.S. to end simply by withdrawing the support, the military and intelligence sharing support to Saudi Arabia, to the coalition. Which war do we want to finish? As Abdul Ghani just mentioned, right now, ending the war between Houthis and Saudi Arabia is not even step number one. If we really look at what's been going on in Yemen for the last 8 months, there have been no airstrikes from Saudi Arabia, from the coalition, on Houthi military targets or in the north since the beginning of April 2022. Since the end of the UN-brokered ceasefire on the 2nd of October until now, there has been no Saudi airstrikes on Yemeni territory. The same with the Houthis. Since April, there have been no cross-border strikes with drones on Saudi territory. So we understand that there's a détente between Saudi and the Houthis that they've managed on their own on the sidelines, not really brokered by the special envoy himself. And yet, the war still continues in Yemen. Through the 8 months, through the 6 months of the UN brokered ceasefire, you had clashes in Marib, you had clashes in Taiz, you had clashes in Hodeidah, low-level, low-intensity clashes. The war continues. The suffering continues. There is no opening of Taiz. When we talk about the impact of the war and the humanitarian crisis, if we merely focus on the city of Taiz, surrounded from 3 sides by the Houthis, there is no access for humanitarian assistance. We heard a little in the previous panel how long it takes to travel from Aden to Taiz, from Aden to Sana'a, from Sana'a to Taiz. So for me, the answer to how do we end the war, even before Yemenis start talking about how do we build a state, how do Yemenis restore the state, we need to focus on the Yemeni parties coming back together to the table, talking about how are we going to de-escalate the conflict, how are we going to create peace, how are we going to help 28, 30 million Yemenis restart the economy. That should be one of the top 2-3 priorities to achieve a peace. If people are hungry, if people have no other jobs other than joining a military force, a militia, in order to get $150 a month or $200 a month, there is no alternative to that. The young people, high school, college students will continue to join this militia or the National Army or the Houthi military, because that is the only source of income. Again, to Abdul Ghani's comment on the Saudi-Houthi war, from the beginning, from the time of President Hadi in March 2015, the Yemeni government has been adamantly opposed to direct talks between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia. Why? Because any talks in public between the Houthis and Saudi Arabia, which the Houthis are demanding as step number one for a peace process, it means that the Saudis or the international, the Arab, the GCC community will legitimize the Houthis as an authority, as a power in Sana'a. And therefore the legitimate government of Yemen would then have to negotiate with the Houthis based on the agreement that they've made with Saudi Arabia, with the GCC. So from the beginning, we know that the legitimate government of Yemen, from President Hadi to now the Political Leadership Council, has requested that Saudi Arabia keep that in mind, that the first negotiations and the first concessions must be made between the Houthis and the legitimate government of Yemen. And then the Yemeni state, whatever, however shape or whatever it looks like, then creates a peace with its neighbors. To remind you of this issue, or how do you end the war, let's keep in mind that Saudi Arabia and Yemen will continue to share a border for the next 100 years, the next 1,000 years, just as they've done for the last 100 years. And the security on both sides of the border is priority for both. If there is no security in Saudi, there's no security in Yemen. If there's no security in Yemen, there's no security in Saudi Arabia. So I think that we need to, when we demand that our government, here I'm talking about a U.S. resident, as a U.S. citizen, when we demand that our government play a role in the peace process, we need our government to be creative, to be bold, and to understand what Yemenis want from the U.S. And it goes beyond halting all support for the Saudi-led coalition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, that was excellent. Our next speaker is Kaukab Altabani, and she's the 2022 W Engage Fellow. She is speaking from Istanbul and has kindly joined us today. Kaukab?
Yes?
The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much for me today, and it was, and I think this is a great time to speak about the difficulties that facing civil society, and I'm here to talk about how to engage the Yemeni civil society and women in peace. What are the challenges and what is the way forward? So if we are going to talk about the biggest challenge that is facing Yemeni Yemen civil society, especially women-led organization, it is the erosion of the state. So if we are going to look how this is affecting the Yemeni civil society, we need to have to zoom in to see how the situation is going on. The current status of the Yemeni state is that it's eroding, and this is faced by the rise of non-state militarized actors. The Yemeni state is no longer able to function even in areas they are controlling. And with that, we see that the non-state actors are the ones who have the control on the ground, and they are the ones who have the power, and they dictate their conditions. This has a big impact over the work of the Yemeni civil society, because they don't have any ground, or let's say framework, where they're able to work. The second challenge that we think that it's affecting the work of the Yemeni civil society and also women is the dire conditions on the ground. Actually, if you talk to Yemeni civil societies, you will see that there is a host of challenges that are facing them. And in addition to that there is no state to support their work, there is a lack of funding, extreme lack of resources, and extreme restrictions that it could lead them sometimes to shutting their organizations. And more importantly, for the peace-related organizations, they force their agenda. The agenda of the dominating actors and the dominating powers are forcing their agenda over the civil society. And as we know, civil society have to be independent and can work towards people-driven agenda. The other challenge is that local women's agenda is missing. And we can see that those who are working in civil society and who is working on the local level, we realize that much focus is on what we say in the peace terminology, track 1 and track 2, which are higher level of peace negotiations, but the people voices are missing here. And when we're talking about local women's agenda, we're talking about those women who are very attached to the people on the ground. So they are missing, their agenda is missing, and we don't see enough support for their work on the ground. And it is very important to have this, as many research, as many reports have shown that when women are engaged, opportunities for a sustainable peace is increasing. If we're talking now, while I think there are a lot of big challenges facing the civil society, especially women-led organizations, but I think there are some opportunities that anyone can build on in order to work for sustainable peace. We have I will not say that it's complete decentralization, but there are aspects of decentralization because before the war regime, there was more centralized around the capital and less focus on the other governance, which lead them to be less developed. We see some now governors that start to have more resources, they start to have more local order, that we feel like that this is an opportunity. The second one, which is very important, and I think it has been missed by everyone in the peace negotiation, it has been tapped upon, but it's still missing, is that the assets and the capacities of the grassroots women-led organization, or let's say, what is their power, if we want to be more close or very clear. The woman, if we're talking about the most neutral one, when we're talking everyone around this table, or everyone is talking about you have to be independent, neutral. To be honest, those who are working on the local ground are the most neutral group that they can work and the most neutral force that we see them. Women working on the local ground are very close from the people, and they have the community acceptance, and their agenda is towards people. They don't care about the agenda of the coalition. They don't care about the agenda of the Houthis. They care about what the people really need. They care about how the people with disability have to access hospitals. They care about how children can access education. What are the measures that are taken that impact the protection, the gender-based violence that is going, how it's going to affect population. Those voices have to be heard, and these are assets that they could contribute to peace. The fourth aspect that I think women local led organization is that they are resilient. They're able to they're able to recover and able to find solutions. And if you look at each peace narrative, you see that there are indicators of those who are able to act as peace agent, and women-led organizations can be one of those agents. They're conflict sensitive. Their approach doesn't trigger conflict. Even when they are trying to mediate, they try to diffuse conflict as much as they can. As we said, they don't have any political agenda. They care about the agenda of the people on the ground. While I have said that, I think it's also important to put the strategic measures that we need, that those today who are on the table that we need to consider, is that we need to build the capacity of local grassroots organizations, and namely human rights organizations. And I believe our colleague in the coming section will talk about justice and transitional justice. But from my experience, and I think many others will agree, is that there is almost zero support to human rights organizations, local human rights organizations. And you see them thriving through the current situations. And if we want peace to happen, if we want civil society to grow, we need also human rights organization to be empowered. And this is unfortunately not happening. The second thing is, the second segment of civil society is peace local women-led organizations. They lack the support we need. Even if they are supported, they're supported based on the agenda of the donors. And this is not going to help any aspects or efforts for peace efforts. And if we're going to talk about the protection of the second strategic action is protection of women peace builders and those who are working in the civil society. Actually, there is a climate of fear, and all parties are attacking civil society, particularly women peace builders and women activists, especially the Houthi group. They have their they are shutting down almost the civil society, and they are imposing new measures like male escorts, which are imposing extra additional challenges on the people, because a lot of women cannot travel and a lot of women cannot go because their husbands are working. So it's not only agenda, but it's also a need on the ground.
Excuse me for interrupting.
The third aspect.
We only have 1 more minute left.
Okay. I'm about to go. The third aspect is the supporting supporting the human rights mechanisms. Unfortunately, not through the UN group spirit was big disappointment. Though the current national mechanism is important and welcome, but we still need international mechanism to address the violation and abuses of human rights. Local order, we have a bigger support peace. We see many governors that they are working and they are operating locally. There's still a chance to fall into conflict, but we have a chance to build the sustainable peace from local order without only focusing on high level. We can work in both ways where we can reach sustainable peace. If we ignore local order, I believe future when we try then to work on the post-war period that have a lot of issues, will have another rounds of conflicts.
Thank you so very much. Okay, our next speaker is Nadwa, who is sitting next to me. Welcome.
Hi. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So I think many of us have attended so many meetings, TAC2s, talks, dialogues, interviews, trying to figure out how to end Yemen conflict and how to bring peace. And the problem in approaches to bring Yemen peace is that they don't correspond to the reality on the ground. Since 2014, the UN envoy has been trying to broker a deal between the Houthis and the Yemeni government to accept a political settlement. A political settlement is the de facto tool in the box that we always use. That's been proven counterproductive and ineffective time and again. But these efforts are divorced from the reality on the ground. On the ground, we have two things. We have the Houthis in the north who have become a powerful military force, and they believe that they've ended the war. They've won the war. And not because they're popular, but because they're faced with fractured enemies. In the south, the Saudi-led coalition has completely mismanaged the war. So the Saudis and the Emiratis have divergent approaches, and they back forces that have been fighting each other since at least 2017. They've divided the anti-Houthi forces, and that also played in the hands of the hands of the Houthis militarily, into the hands of the Houthis militarily. The Saudi-led intervention has led also to a proliferation of armed actors that are not under the command and control of any of the parties that are part of the UN peace negotiations. So who's negotiation on behalf of who? But also I want to talk about the more important thing here in Washington, the debate about Yemen war, the debate about how to bring peace to Yemen. The narrative, which I think has been hugely misleading and problematic, because it did lead to policy decisions that has made Yemen conflict much worse. It's shaped largely by Western groups and driven by agendas that have nothing, absolutely nothing to do with Yemen. It's led by anti-war activists and opponents of U.S. intervention in the world, which is fine by itself. It's a noble thing, but at the same time, please don't sell that as bringing peace to Yemen. It's also motivated by anti-Saudi sentiment, sometimes. Current advocacy in Washington, in D.C., in the West, argue that if we stop selling arms to the Saudis, Yemen war will end. I'm sorry, that's just nonsense. Ending arms sale to the Saudis is not going to end Yemen war. Even though the Saudis have de-escalated, they're now trying hard to convince the Houthis to accept a political settlement with other parties. The Houthis continue to escalate. And we've seen that throughout the truce and after the truce. But also, ending airstrikes will allow the Houthis to take Marib, which is the last stronghold of the government, and will allow them to expand militarily throughout the country, and that's hardly a recipe for peace. That will bring massive, widespread violence across the country. At least now we have some sort of orderly chaos. But the other problem is that the Houthis remain the only party that's not willing to accept peace, that's not willing to compromise, that's not willing to meet other parties halfway or make a step towards a compromise that will bring the war to an end. They continue to escalate. They give no concessions. And they are not interested in sharing power with other people. The Houthis believe that they have a divine right to rule. They see themselves as the only representatives of Yemenis, and they call others, including the Yemeni government, all other parties, they cast them as mercenaries. They have been building their theocratic police state that is extremely repressive in nature to the Yemenis in general, but particularly to women and the minorities. Right now, Yemeni women cannot travel between cities without a male escort in Houthi-controlled areas. The Houthis have prosecuted the Baha'is, they have prosecuted journalists, they have executed opponents. But more dangerously, and this is something we don't pay attention to, this is something we will see it materialize in the next, decade or so. The Houthis have been systematically indoctrinating the society. They've changed almost 500 changes, made 500 changes to the school curriculum to instill their jihadist sectarian ideology on our children. And the hundreds of thousands of children that go to summer camps that the Houthis organize every year. They've also institutionalized supremacy. They've replaced government employees and everybody in every important position by Hashemites, by descendants of the Prophet, to the exclusion of others. But why, I'll go back to why this whole argument that if we end support to the Saudis and the Emiratis, it will end the war. Why it's problematic, because when you pressure one side, and let me just rephrase that, because, well, the U.S. has leverage on the Saudis and the Emiratis. It does not have leverage on the Houthis. This is the reality. We don't have leverage on the Houthis. And we've seen how when we put leverage on the Saudis and the Emiratis and fail to pressure the Houthis, what happens? The Stockholm Agreement happened. The Stockholm Agreement was a turning point in Yemen conflict. And what happened in the Stockholm Agreement? The Saudis and the Emiratis stopped the Hodeidah operation. What did the Houthis do? They regrouped, they repositioned their forces, they made massive, significant military gains, and now they felt that they won the war, and they're not willing to accept any sort of compromise, even more than before. So exercise pressure on one party. If you can't exercise pressure on another party, if you don't have leverage on another party, by default, you tip the military balance in favor of the Houthis. And that's what happened in the Stockholm Agreement.
1 minute.
1 minute? Okay. I'll wrap it up. Anyway, so there is no simple answer to, as my, all the panelists have said, there is no simple answer to Yemen conflict. A political solution, yes, if the Houthis agree, but the Houthis do not agree. I think we need to, I can talk about solution in the questions of answer. I do have some solutions, but I think we should not expect Yemen war to end, any time soon, and we should not expect an end that will take time. Even if we have de-escalation, it will take a long time for Yemen for the war to end. I think the Saudi-led coalition must be questioned and must be held accountable for its devastating intervention in Yemen. It's made some really bad mistakes, but at the same time, I think that should not be done in a way that rewards the Houthis and hold Yemenis and Yemen hostages to a violent, radical, and supremacist group. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And our next and last speaker before we open the floor to questions is Ibrahim Khattabi, and he is the Yemeni American political analyst and a senior legal worker at the Center for Constitutional Rights.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. So I think we're here discussing the million-dollar question, is how to achieve justice, how to achieve peace and democracy in Yemen. This is exactly what every single Yemeni wants to see today in the country. The question is how we create the condition for that kind of peace. Today I heard to the fellow panelists stating something that I couldn't really let go, is that if we need to talk about peace, we somehow need to stop dehumanizing the Houthis and the Saudis.
Demonizing.
Yeah, humanizing the Saudis, and we need to humanize the Saudis and the Houthis. And I don't understand how we're going to do that when the victims of war crimes are done by, the crimes that committed against the Yemenis are done by the Houthis and by the Saudi UAE-led coalition. We need to hold people accountable and not the other way around. That's number one thing. And so today, while we're talking about peace, the conditions keep getting worse on the ground, mainly because of the coalition and the Houthis, and the international community is sleeping in bed with them with their idea of going into business as usual. In order to stop what's going on right now and talk about peace, we need to stop funding militias. What the Saudis and the UAE today doing in the South, they're not creating peace, they're not creating jobs, they're not restoring the Yemeni government they claimed they came to restore. They actually created militias, puppets. Their loyalty is direct to the Saudis and the Emiratis, dividing and conquering Yemen, committing crimes, damaging institutions, and minimizing the possibility of peace. So in order to talk about peace, we need to stop that. We need to stop funding militias. And what I mean here, I mean the Saudis, the UAE, international community. There's a UN resolution that says any group that is damaging the stability and the unity of Yemenis needs to be held accountable. These are the ones that are taking place now in the South. Houthis now, from the other perspective, are being painted in the international community as somehow they defending the land. And that's the wrong idea. Houthis, we all know, as Yemenis, think of themselves as the masters, meaning they the masters, everyone else, secondary citizen, maybe third-level citizen, and somehow, for 1,000 years, the same exact families been talking about the country, that this has belonged to them and everyone else because it's second-class citizen, because they have God-given rights to control the land and the people. And so right now, today, the conditions that we need to talk about is that holding people accountable, war criminals and corrupt officials. We cannot move forward without doing these two things. We cannot keep bringing warlords and corrupt officials to the table to talk about peace and democracy. That can never happen. And we cannot believe that monarchies in the region will bring democracy and peace to Yemen. That's the wrong idea. This is not going to happen. So the first thing we need to do, it's UN, international community, US mainly. While I agree with Nadwa that ending the support to Saudis might not end the war, might not bring peace, but also Saudi and the UAE have gone in the wrong direction. Today we have what we call the Yemeni Presidential Council, was established in Saudi Arabia without the vote of Yemenis. Many don't recognize them because a number of them are head of militias created and funded by Saudis and the UAE to somehow lead the Yemeni legitimate government. And this is the problem. This is the problem that creating obstacles to peace. So one thing we need to do today is, when we talk about justice, is hands off Yemen. When we say hands off Yemen, we're not saying everyone should be out. We're saying people who funded militias that divide the Yemenis today, most of the TV channels that are fueling the division between Yemenis run from Lebanon, funded by Hezbollah and Iran, and also from UAE and Saudi. And so these two countries need to be held accountable. And we can't bring warlords to the table again to actually talk on behalf of 30 million people. Let's talk about the Arab Spring. Yemenis, women, men, young people, elders went to the streets for a year demanding democracy and good governance, peace, and this is exactly what they still want today. While some others want us to believe today that they create in some sort of talk and there is some peace and stuff like that, and the conditions are changing on the ground because there are more militias, and somehow we need to stop talking about the outcome of the national dialogue. The national dialogue, one of the most amazing piece of Yemen's history, in my opinion, because after the revolution, Yemenis from all walks of life, Houthis, Mu'tamaris, socialists, young, women, came together for almost 11 months. Over 500 people talked about peace, about a state, about accountability, about federalism, which is exactly what we want. The problem in Yemen for decades is that the power had been centralized in the hands of a few. And that created so much problems all across Yemen. And so we have the southern issues, we have the Sada issue, we have so many different issues because the power was shifted all on the top. So the outcome of the national dialogue was a great outcome. Talked about a federal system, decentralized federal system for all Yemenis, where Yemenis have access to justice, the same access to education, the same access to power, the same access to natural resources, exactly what it is. And that's the conversation we need to have going forward. We cannot have any other framework of bringing criminals and corrupt officials, and that somehow will solve the problem. That's the wrong idea. We tried it right after the Arab Spring when we gave the Saleh regime immunity, and then Saleh with the Houthis staged a coup against the Yemeni people. So now, going forward, we need to make sure that folks who committed crimes against Yemenis should not be the ones negotiating peace on behalf of Yemenis. I think that's number one. And so I'll leave it at there, and then we'll take it.
Well, thank you very much, all of you, for your thoughts today. I'd like to open up the discussion with just an observation of my own, having spent some time in Yemen during the uprisings. And Ibrahim, you evoked that time as a time of great hope, and I was fortunate to witness it. But it seems to me now that the fox into the hen house. And how do we proceed, or how does Yemen proceed from now, from this point, trying to build a peace when there are so many perverse incentives at play, where it has become so complex, where there is so much distrust. I'm wondering if any one of you can discuss the actually hard nuts and bolts of bringing about the beginnings of the peace necessary to build the civil institutions and to arrive at the accountability that everyone here, I'm sure, would love to see.
Can I mention something? I hate going before you guys, but one quick question, one quick thing that I didn't mention after Abdul Ghani. For those of you that follow Yemen since before the Arab Spring, and to you and the panel, remember those articles before 2010 about the fragile state that you mentioned and the fragility, the collapse and the Somalization.
Yemeni democratic experiment.
Right, and the Somalization, right, which everybody jumped on the professor that wrote the article. In the last 5 years, the last 8 years, it's been kind of like a self-realizing prophecy, right, where it's just broken down all the way to Somalization, right? We've heard people talk about Socotra, nobody has talked about Mahra. You talk about Hadramaut is now in 2 parts, Shebwa, etc. And one of the things, like Ibrahim just mentioned, is it's not just letting into the hen house, but since the 2011 with the formation of the G10, right, where basically you handed over this process to the international community, and the G10 themselves couldn't agree on what it was supposed to be done, and contradicting, and it allowed different Yemeni political parties to leverage each other, right? One party would talk to the Americans, and then the afternoon to the Europeans, and would agree to 2 different things to see which one would work best. And so I think one of the main things to your question, Ms. Lindell, about the process is that the international community needs to get on the same page. They need to get on the same track. You can't have the UN envoy going and talking to everybody, and then in the afternoon you have the US envoy, and then the next morning you have the European envoy, and then the British envoy talking to everybody. And basically Yemeni parties say, well, what can we get from the Europeans now? Well, then they tell the Americans, well, the Europeans promised us this. Can you promise us this plus that? And for me, in my opinion, this is one of the main obstacles today to the return of peace talks among Yemenis.
Do you, and I would love to open this up to everyone else, but just one question. How does one overcome, as I mentioned earlier, the perverse incentives? I mean, there's a lot of money being transferred from taxpayer dollars into private coffers. We all know the term war profiteering. We're all very familiar with it. There's good reasons for a good number of people to keep the war going. You're a panel of experts here. Do you have any suggestions about how to break that cycle?
I think the conflict in Yemen will run its course. We don't know what's going to happen next. I don't think peace will happen next. But I think also one thing that Kokab was talking about, and I have witnessed through my work, is the work of civil society. I think the silver lining in this conflict are 2 things. Civil society, which has evolved massively. It grew massively during the war. Before the war, civil society was basically, it was donor-driven. The activities were donor-driven. But during the war, it became, based on local priorities. I saw in my own work how civil society organizations have, we're talking about many armed groups in the country, how these civil society organizations have documented human rights violations, but not only that, but advocated armed actors to address violations by their members, so hold them accountable, in other words, either through exposing their crimes or working with these leaders of these armed actors. I think the civil society in Yemen needs more support. If there's one place for the U.S., 2 places for the U.S. to put its money, it's 2 things. It's civil society organizations. We need to support civil society in Yemen, but also we need to support education, because there is a war on education. In the north, there is a war on education. Not only indoctrinating children in schools, but also kind of forcing children out of schools. The Houthis are mandating taxes on every child that goes to school. 99% of the Yemenis cannot send their children to school, let alone pay taxes to send them. So let's invest more money in education. I'm talking about long term. Long term. I don't think we can. I don't think anything can be done right now. But long term, we need to strengthen civil society groups, and so that they are the capacity for future peace. They work with armed groups. They work with outside actors too, like the panel of experts. They've worked with Human Rights Watch and other groups that have kind of brought some sort of accountability to armed actors. And strategically, I think what should happen now is also strengthening the anti-Houthi bloc, militarily speaking. We can't just count on the Houthis to, one day wake up and accept peace. The anti-Houthi bloc need to be unified and need to be strengthened. The Presidential Council, in theory, it's a good start, but I don't see it working. It's not working. 9 months, and we haven't seen anything, happening that would give us some hope that this Presidential Council will be a unified force against the Houthis. If anything, we've seen disagreements among the Presidential Council members. So I would like to see them more unified militarily and politically.
Mr. Ali Iriani, you might have a different view. Could you discuss that in terms of, and also would you be willing to discuss in terms of intermediaries or international actors, who or what bodies would have the greatest credibility with the largest number of Yemenis?
I think the key international actor in Yemen is Saudi Arabia. Everybody is dancing to the tune of Saudi Arabia, even the UN. The UN is such a huge bureaucratic setup that if it doesn't have a strong local partner, then they tend to take the easy way on everything that they face and usually do not produce results. Unfortunately, the internationally recognized government is not that strong local partner. So we shouldn't place our hopes on the UN. We should start looking at ourselves as the only resource that we have to restore our state. And I think that despite the fact that we have what appears to be insurmountable obstacles, there is room if we articulate a clear vision of how to restore the Yemeni state, to then marshal the international and regional support for it and be able to implement it. And I think that many of these obstacles we talk about are actually opportunities. For example, many militias all over the country. That sounds horrible, but actually, in the absence of a strong central state, we can turn these militias by formalizing them and turning them into reserve forces under the control and command of the local government of each governorate. We can turn them into a resource by balancing balancing each other out and balancing them with the local governments that will take care of service delivery and so on, and turn them into a positive component of the local government. That's just one example.
Just one last question, or actually there's somebody at the mic. Are you asking a question? Okay, excellent.
Check, is the mic working? Okay, so my question will be directed towards my friend Fernando Carvajal, given that he was the armed groups and regional expert on the UN Security Council. And I want to start by saying, احذر حليف السوء في الأمر الجلل يغريك بالنصر ويهديك الفشل. So we saw the relative success of the Yemeni army when proper support was provided. The army pushed the Houthis to Nahr, and they were at the outskirts of Sana'a, and were stopped by the coalition. They almost got rid of the Houthis out of Ma'rib until the international community intervened. and the coalition also made them stop. And we also see that in Ma'rib, the resistance has managed to stop the Houthis with exclusively defensive weapons. And even a Yemeni official, Muhsin Khusruf, Al-Luwa Muhsin Khusruf, Major General, actually resigned on national TV because he's saying that the Saudi-led coalition is not providing us with offensive weapons, right? So is it a reasonable solution, or is it implementable, to support the Yemeni army to at least establish an equilibrium, and why has it not been done until now? Thank you.
One of those $1 million questions, right, Ibrahim?
Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, my friend. You're right. This is one of the biggest questions and one of the biggest problems in Yemen. The state and the structure of the national army, right, which is supposed to be loyal to the legitimate government, and the breakdown or the filling of the vacuum by militias since March 2015, et cetera. So the way that I started my critique on this issue, especially toward the Saudi coalition, was that the state of their support to the army was so non-existent that generals, colonels were getting killed at the front lines because they were using cell phones which are controlled by the Houthis in Sana'a. I mean, you know, the Houthis didn't even need intelligence, because all they had to do was do tele-Yemen, and they would know the geolocation of the individual, and they had the name of the general because the general has the SIM card under his name. And boom, he gets killed up in some mountain in Ma'rib. And the coalition could not even provide satellite communication. The basic rule for military in the field is you control your communications. And the coalition has not been able to date provided this communication, not to the National Army, not to Amalaka, not to Guards of the Republic, not to Security Belt. Generals and colonels still communicate through cell phones, which they don't control. Today, just 2 months ago, in December, we know that the army in Ma'rib was delivered drones. So these are small, these are not these Predators or anything, these are off-the-shelf drones that are being provided to the National Army for surveillance, meaning, you know, because the Saudis don't want their drones flying over Ma'rib and getting shut down by the Houthis, and then giving the Houthis a PR victory in saying the Saudis is still invading or still being aggressive when a Chinese or a Turkish or an American drone gets shut down, right? So now the army is being trained with similar drones that the Houthis used for surveillance, and there was a report just 2 weeks ago where somebody leaked or posted pictures of loitering munition drones, meaning the same kind of drones that the Houthis used in Lahej, for example, to kill Abu Yamama, to kill the chief of staff. The same type of drones are being provided now to the army in order to fight the Houthis in the mountains like Ma'rib. This is the big question, really quick, this is the big question that Yemenis have to ask of the coalition, especially since the ceasefire expired and there's no air cover, right? That is vital to fight the Houthis. That the main thing that resurfaced in October was during the attacks of the oil facilities is the coalition is not giving the government air defense systems. So we go back to the 2020 with the landing of the government in Aden and being bombed by the Houthis. There was no air defense system in the capital at all. So these are things that the PLC must demand, in my opinion. They must demand from the coalition. Better defensive systems, and yes, if there's not going to be any air cover supplied by the coalition, then the government needs better offensive weapons.
Thank you very much.
I thought we were talking more about peace today, but it looks like it's...
we're going
the carrot or the stick?
We're going to have to break very shortly. I'm just going to allow Sarah, and just one more question, or would you, if you can keep it quick, and the responses have to be quick.
They only 2 questions.
After hearing Nadwa, it's going to be tough to keep it short. No, I also want to say hi to Abdul Ghani. So good to see you here. Very, very happy. An observation and then a question. You know, I think there's a mischaracterization of U.S. activists, anti-war activists, in terms of demands that I share that the United States end its support for the Saudi coalition and their participation in the war in Yemen, which has made our country complicit in war crimes. There's no claim from anti-war activists that that is going to bring peace to Yemen. Nor do American anti-war activists believe that it's their responsibility to bring peace in Yemen. Their responsibility is to end our government's own complicity in war crimes. I think anyone who maintains any illusion that the United States is going to come to help the Yemeni people is deeply misguided and blinded by the experience of the last 8 years in Yemen or decades of experience, ongoing experience throughout the Middle East, staring at you in the face. So any notion that you're going to put your faith in U.S. providing military support in a way that will help the Yemeni people is a fantasy. But on that note, given that, you know, by some conclusions, the reason for this ceasefire is that the Houthis effectively won enough to secure a ceasefire, and that at least in their heads they believe they have won enough of this war to their satisfaction to call shots. What is the best channel, pathway towards ending the war in Yemen and bringing peace to Yemen that is Yemeni-led and Yemeni-driven and does not rely on more weapons from unreliable international actors who do not have the interests of the Yemeni people at heart?
Yeah, I think Yemeni struggle for peace will be long. I don't think we will have a short answer. I don't think there will be shortcuts, as you know, Fernando said. I think it will take time for Yemenis to find peace, and Yemenis will have to have their own fight with the Houthis. The Houthis are not going to come to peace voluntarily. It's not going to happen. It's not who they are. They believe in a divine right to rule. The truce, they saw it as a truce between them and Saudi Arabia, not between them and other Yemenis. They don't believe in other Yemenis, okay? So I think I don't have an answer myself. I mean, I look at all the complexities and all the players and all the mess, and I don't know what the answer is, but I do believe in the Yemeni people. I do believe in Yemeni society. I've seen it firsthand. I'll give you one example. The Mothers of Abductees Association, a women entirely led by women, entirely women. Most of them are housewives. Okay. They managed to release over 1,000 civilian abductees by all armed actors. Talk about power. They receive no support from anybody, okay? If we put money into supporting civil society groups, help them, then we will see that materialize in time. We cannot abandon them. But we can't force the Houthis to accept peace because nobody has leverage on the Houthis, not the US, not the UN, nobody, period, not even the Iranians, okay? We cannot force the Saudis and the Emiratis to take a different course because they have their own objectives in Yemen, and that's not going to change, okay? But I do believe that within Yemen, Yemen is a country that has forced the Egyptians out, forced the Ottomans out, forced the British out. It will force everybody else out, including the Houthis. Not the Houthis as Yemenis, but their foreign agenda.
We thank you very much. We just got a message here from Nahad Awad, who wanted to make a comment. Is the chair of the board of Dawn.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for being with us.
Thank you. I usually attend a Washington, D.C. conference only for one session or two. But this is exceptional because I have been here since the morning and I'm planning to stay all day because of the importance of point of views, information that you're sharing with non-Yemenis, including myself. Since this conference is taking place in Washington, D.C., the relevance of this conference has to be also localized. So to the point that I have seen from the major and diversity of opinions since the morning until now, I don't see huge ideological differences between the panelists, political, civil society, economic, and so on. What's missing is to refine your objectives as Yemeni leaders on two objectives. Number one, how can you increase your voice in Washington, D.C.? This conference is taking place in the United States. So one of the main objectives is to realign the U.S. policies to meet the interests of the Yemeni people. And no one will do it for you except yourselves. I and my organization that I'm involved in, we are willing to help you raise your voice in Washington, D.C. Secondly, I would like to call on all of you to declare a national day for Yemen advocacy in the United States and also in Washington, D.C. to achieve that objective, and we are willing to work with you. Thank you.
So, thank you, everyone. I guess, does anyone have any other questions?
I do have a last comment, last
Okay.
piece. One thing is so important to note, in my opinion, the Saudi-led coalition and the Houthi militias are the two faces of the same coin. They are a source of instability in Yemen. They damaging the country. They dragging us to the worst humanitarian disaster. There is a lot of talk about Yemen is a complicated situation, but remember, this is a man-made complicated situation. They want us to believe there will be no solution in Yemen. If you look at the peace talks today, again, it's the same thing what I said at the beginning of the talk. War criminals negotiating on behalf of Yemenis. There's no more youth, no more women involved in the negotiation, even though the vast majority of Yemenis are youth. Are the youth, more than 70% of the population. No one is talking to them. They negotiating a peace on behalf of the young people that they themselves should be at the table talking about their futures and not the ones that actually drag the country to this kind of war. And so my suggestion is that they should have the youth and the women at the table talking about what kind of countries they need going forward, and not these corrupt officials, not these puppets, not the loyalists that are actually creating this damage as we speak now. So the future should be at the hands of the young generation. They should be the one that are talking about Yemen, and not those who, carrying weapons and committing violations and killing people all across the country. These are not the people that will be talking about peace. And so going forward, I hope that when folks talk about Yemen, they need food, they need humanitarian aid. This is a man-made disaster. The corruption, no transparency, and the anger that they've been using against Yemenis to actually pass some sort of divide in the countries. Most of the most important islands in Yemen today are occupied, not at the hands of the Yemeni government, not at the hands of the Houthis, and the hands of UAE and Saudi. You have Sugatra occupied by the Saudis and the UAE. You have Mayoon Island. You have the airlines. Yemeni airline today cannot stay in Yemen overnight because the coalition says no. I mean, just think about that. How are we going to talk about peace when our own plane cannot land overnight in our own airports? So going forward, we need to stop funding militias. We need to stop the hate speech and the violence that has been going on social media and TVs that are actually across the region, talking about fueling Yemenis to hate each other, hate speech in order to divide in the country and allow foreign interference to last long in the country. We're talking about lost in peace. We're talking about democracy. That's what Yemenis want. And so going forward, we need to keep getting at that until we achieve peace and democracy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your time and your expertise this afternoon. I understand that a break is in order, and what was it? One more question? There's another session coming up, so yes, time for a break.
All right.
Thank you very much,
Thanks.
everyone. Take care.
ممكن نبدأ? Can we start? Good evening. السلام عليكم. أنا اسمي غنى بداوي. Good evening. My name is Guna Bdewi. I am international lawyer, a doctorate in international law, and specialized in international criminal law, international human rights, and transitional justice. I work at the University of Ottawa, a Human Rights and Education Center. So we arrived to the last session of today, which is the transitional justice and rebuilding Yemen. And we all know that transitional justice, or the concept of transitional justice, is relatively new. So we can trace it back to the 19th century, after the World War II. And then we saw that first at the Nuremberg, and then with different causes like Argentina, Colombia, and others. But the process of transitional justice has evolved since then. And of course, what happened in Argentina cannot be expected in Yemen. And that's why we have our experts in here who will tell us more on how to implement transitional justice. So transitional justice, just to start with a definition before the conversation, is just a kind of, it refers to the society and how to deal with the gross violations of human rights that happen during a conflict. And transitional justice has different pillars that we are going to discuss today, which is, but not limited to, truth seeking, prosecution, reparation, and institutional reform, and other issues that falls under these pillars. In Yemen, there was an attempt for transitional justice, and there was an attempt as well for signing on the Roma Statute of International Criminal Court. But where are we now? And that's what we are planning to do today. So today we're going to ask these questions on how an effective application of transitional justice will contribute to lifting Yemeni society out of the war and violence. And this question will be answered by our first two speakers. And the last question will be, what is the role of the regional actors and international community to rebuilding Yemen and establish democracy? So I'd like to welcome our three panelists, Dr. John Packer, a professor in international conflict resolution at the Faculty of Law, University of Ottawa, and lawyer Abdurrahman Berman, an attorney and executive director of the American Center of Justice, and last but not least, Madame Bushra Nasser, a founder of SIBA Consulting Service Economy and Development Expert. She's coming here from Scotland, as I understand. Sweden. From Sweden, okay. So without due delay, I would like to invite Professor John Packer to speak. Thank you.
Oops. Thank you very much for the introduction. Sorry, I've just lost my... I don't know how to put this in my pocket, I guess. Thank you for the kind words and the opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, it is axiomatic that to make peace, we must make peace with our enemies, not with our friends. It's also a hard fact of life that we don't only have friends. This is true amongst our compatriots as it is amongst foreigners. Let me thank, first of all, the organizers of this conference. I commend the initiative and the persistent efforts of the organizers, and I'm grateful for the invitation to express my views as a foreigner and as a friend. Specifically, I come here owing to the fact that I was the legal advisor to the first envoy, the special advisor of the Secretary General to Yemen between 2012 and 2014. In other words, in the context of the National Dialogue Conference and the transitional process. In that euphoric moment of the now distant Arab Spring, there was great hope and evident risk in Yemen and elsewhere. But there was also deep and violent division within the country and beyond. As we were reminded this morning, without doubt, external actors interfered with and takes substantial responsibility for the prevailing situation. But it is also real politics reflecting real interests which still predominate and in important ways supersede, not in law, but in fact, the Yemeni interests, resources, and engagements. In other words, there are real international concerns regarding the situation in Yemen. The understandable reaction of many Yemenis is to lament this fact, a lament that I share. Nonetheless, in 2010 and still today, the recognized UN member state of Yemen was and remains deeply divided. This is a legitimate international concern. Worse, today, in many respects, Yemen is a failed state. This is a matter of concern above all for Yemenis who bear the tremendous costs, but it is also an interest to external actors and to the putative international community. As one non-Yemeni ambassador once told me pointedly, the world cares about Yemen for only two reasons. First, the transit of hydrocarbons around the Gulf of Aden, and second, counterterrorism, notably its export, less so terrorism in Yemen. But this, the international community cares, beyond this, the international community cares largely about what can be taken from Yemen. Clearly, the world hardly, if at all, cares about Yemenis, about the people and their plight. Rather, the now perhaps 30 million poor souls of Yemeni citizens, their agency and their assets have been instrumentalized by external actors for foreign interests. It is not the purpose of this panel, nor my contribution now, to analyze this fact, but I submit that it is a basic context for the challenges of attaining sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen, which must be, I believe, above all, the work of Yemenis, of peace and democracy by Yemenis, of Yemenis, and for Yemenis, including with regard to Yemen's place in the world, including Yemen's state structure, including whether Yemenis decide amongst themselves to remain a single state, of which form or constitutional arrangement, and with which shared priorities. In short, I suggest it is up to Yemenis to find their own modus vivendi, their way of living together. That is your right, notwithstanding the challenges and the many who will work against you. In the autumn of 2011, then on the cusp of civil war, Yemenis decided to take in their own hands their own future, the right to, and I quote, freely determine their political status and freely pursue their economic, social, and cultural development, to quote Article 1 of the two covenants of the United Nations on the right of self-determination. The international community, in the explicit terms of UN Security Council, fully supported the process. Security Council Resolution 2014 of 21 October 2011 endorsed the Gulf Cooperation Council initiative and its eventual accord, a thin 1.5-page document, notably with the provision of good offices to assist Yemen through, and I quote, an inclusive and Yemeni-led political process of transition that meets the legitimate demands and aspirations of the Yemeni people for change, including to redress many grievances, but mainly to look forward in a constructive, future-oriented vision and process. This was followed promptly by specific steps. Notably, a month later, in November 2011, agreements were adopted by the Gulf Cooperation Council, resulting in the end of the 32-year dictatorship of Ali Abdullah Saleh, which was predicated on his, and I quote, absolute immunity, and the start of a 27-month transition process, a political process set out in the UN-brokered 20-page implementation agreement, which foresaw 2 stages, including a legitimate, if extra-constitutional, interim presidency, a reformed security sector, a comprehensive national dialogue conference for a new Yemen, as it was called, to be followed by a new constitution, a referendum, and elections on which basis a genuinely democratic Yemen would in fact self-determine its politics and development. I'm glad that Tawakkol Karman this morning and others referenced the NDC outcomes and the draft constitution. Yet that process took longer than foreseen, hampered by the failure of other elements of the transition to take place, notably the security sector reform. Of course, the two were and remain interrelated and interdependent. This is without saying anything about foreign interferences. In the political transition aimed to move from autocracy to democracy, The idea was to move from abusive, centralized, clientelist dictatorship to popular sovereignty, respecting the genuine will of the people and serving the real and substantive needs and interests of the Yemeni people in their rich diversity and accommodating their real and legitimate differences in needs, interests, and aspirations. The political transition was expressly to move from benefits for a few to benefits for all, from poor and corrupt governance to good and responsible governance. This implies complex systems and effective institutions. Justice is an important part of the vision and system, but justice is only one part of a sustainable peace and a prosperous society. Especially in contexts of significant complexity, such as in Yemen, simplifications and reductionist slogans must be discarded. Above all, the perfect must not be the enemy of the good, of effective arrangements, of progress that is good enough as a basis on which to take progressive steps and constitute and construct and sustain peace and development. So I finally come to the relationship between peace and justice. It has been observed that war is the negation of human rights, and it has been said that justice is problematical in the creation of prosperity amidst widespread violence. In other words, it's difficult to obtain. It is also a matter of inescapable logic that it is not possible to achieve what Johan Galtung calls positive peace, meaning self-managed, resilient societies that peacefully deal with usual conflicts of interest within society, before achieving the minimum of what Galtung calls negative peace, i.e. stopping widespread violence or war. To use another famous terminology, it first of all is required to move from war to jaw. This implies a basic accord and confidence in which parties may agree and issues can be contemplated. This is a conundrum. It's part of a chicken or egg problem. There is no fully satisfying a priori recipe, but it seems clear that justice in its broad and full sense is not likely or even possible in the midst of war, and certainly the absence of a basic rule of law, including respect for fundamental human rights of life, security of person, and fundamental freedoms. I submit this is a shared interest of all Yemenis because the costs of war are so great that the prospect of ongoing war is only destructive and holds no hope whatsoever. Only warmongers prosper. So, even negative peace requires a minimum of accord. It requires a mutual acknowledgement of parties that some foundational understanding is at hand. It is not to like or agree with the other parties about positions or aspirations, including difficult issues such as local administration or even issues of secession. Again, jaw is better than war. This is absolutely necessary amongst compatriots. Yemeni society has abundant historical and cultural credentials to pursue this. It must now draw on those to achieve amongst themselves, amongst yourself, the space and terms to take the first steps. Failure to do so only frustrates actors and will fuel war, eventually, as has already been seen, for people to take their own measures in hand. So to justice. Every society requires the submission or conformity of the people to some basic norms in order for people to plan and conduct their relations, to decide about their own lives, to invest and pursue in their own or collective needs and interests. Some basic security and foreseeability in life is essential. This implies some fairness, in particular for a democracy which presumes equal citizens, equally protected and equally free. Indeed, for this reason, the first public town hall of the National Dialogue Conference in 2012 was on the idea of active citizenship, an event broadcast on Yemeni television and radio and watched abroad, and I dare say not welcomed by some neighboring states. Justice in this sense is essentially about fairness. This is not complex, but it is fundamental. In the absence of any fairness, there can be no confidence and there is unlikely to be peace. There are four kinds of justice. Distributive, meaning determining who gets what. Procedural, determining how fairly people are treated. Retributive, based on punishment for wrongdoing. and restorative, which tries to restore relationships or rightness or decency and reliability. Yemen has challenges on each of these forms of justice. One does not, in principle, supersede or precede the others. It is for Yemenis to decide and to set their own priorities and negotiate these, including decisions about the order and the terms of particular solutions. But in the National Dialogue Conference, many of these were expressed and addressed in terms of lists of grievances. Some of these had broader reach and larger support. Key were demands, mainly from Southerners, for restoration of property taken after 1994, for jobs and pensions taken away. Accordingly, 2 independent commissions were established to address these while the national dialogue continued. Over 100,000 claimants responded under each of these commissions. And the Emir of Qatar was persuaded to provide an initial $150 million to help. Some issues require acknowledgement, some require truth-telling and apology, some issues require accountability. Clearly, different issues require different measures, take more or less time, require more or less investment, imply the existence of reliable institutions, such as judiciaries, and available means of repair, such as payment for compensation. Very, very few of these exist in the context of war, or even the initial stages of building negative peace. Some may be best addressed in time or in sequence and possibility of external assistance. I'm almost done. In this regard, let me just underline that it is vital for this notion of justice to draw upon the experiences of other successful political transitions. And I draw your attention, we can discuss them, South Africa, Spain, you mentioned Argentina, and others. Let me just conclude by saying that I suggest that Yemenis should take note of these experiences and shape their own sensible solutions. Yemenis have largely already done so. In the National Dialogue Conference, one of the 9 fundamental subjects was the issues of national dimension, national reconciliation, transitional justice. And amongst the most detailed of the reports and the section of the outcome document addresses all of these. In my opinion, they remain largely valid and offer a reasonable starting point to recommence and determine a peace process that will be sustainable and render the outcomes that are sought. Allow me one coda to my remarks, returning to the idea of it's important to make peace even with your enemies, especially compatriots. In the course of the National Dialogue Conference, notably after Ansar Allah and representatives of Southern Iraq, fellow Yemeni citizens, were persuaded to enter the negotiations of the process and to participate peacefully. Of the 565 delegates, only 3 were assassinated. All 3 were Ansar Allah representatives, 10% of their constituency, including Yemen's foremost constitutional scholar, Professor Sharif al-Din, who many will remember. In my opinion, he was a patriotic Yemeni. He was a great asset for your country, and he was a Democrat. I believe he was murdered by Yemeni opponents who were against the success of the National Dialogue Conference. Nonetheless, Ansar Allah continued their participation in the National Dialogue and afterwards. When later the federal arrangement for administrative units was unilaterally drawn by President Hadi, clearly contrary to the position and interests of Ansar Allah and contrary to agreed consensus, and without serious examination of recommendations provided to President Hadi by a number of actors, Ansar Allah decided to withdraw in a breach of in the loss of its confidence. And so the slippery slope of war was set in motion and steps were taken backward. This coincided with geopolitical developments which we can also take into account. I just want to underline, the Yemenis must now reassert themselves for their self-determination and take back in their hands, your country and your future, and you must make peace with your enemies at home and abroad. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So next is Council Abdurrahman Berman, please.
السلام عليكم وسعد الله مساءكم جميعا. أعتقد أن جاءت فقرتنا الأخيرة وربما يكون الجميع قد في حالة من الإنهاك والتعب، لكن سنحاول أن نختصر الوقت. أنا أبتدأ ورقتي هي عنوانها حول العدالة الانتقالية بين إيجاد النموذج وتحديات النجاح. أفتتح هذه الورقة بكلمة للزعيم العالمي نيلسون مانديلا الذي قال فيها: في سياق تعافي البلدان من الصدمات الماضية وجروحها عليها ابتكار آليات ليس لمعالجة الانتهاكات السابقة لحقوق الإنسان، بل لضمان استعادة كرامة الضحايا والناجين وأقاربهم. الحرب في اليمن أو الحرب الأهلية خلفت واقع سلبيا مليئا بالندوب العميقة على مستويات متعددة طالت جميع جوانب الحياة وكل فئات المجتمع اليمني، حيث مارست الأطراف الصراع وبنسب مختلفة. هذه الانتهاكات انتهاكات جسيمة واسعة نطاق لحقوق الإنسان، وفي حال عدم معالجة هذه الانتهاكات فإن الافتقار إلى المساءلة سيعقد عملية السلام ويجعل من الصعب الانتقال السلس إلى المستقبل، حيث إن هناك
need for comprehensive solutions that address these violations and combine the rules and principles of normative or theoretical transitional justice as opposed to the Yemeni local reality. Despite Yemen's experience with rounds of armed conflict throughout the past 5 decades since the 60s and the revolutions in the north and south, and over 5 decades. These wars, civil wars, always ended in a decisive victory for one of the parties, and where they would impose their conditions. And so it would be mass clemency for the winner. There would be no accountability for violations of human rights or compensations for victims or redress of damages. The issue of transitional justice was raised first time in 2012-2013's NDC, followed by the Gulf Initiative on the basis of issuing of amnesty or amnesty law or law for former President Ali Abdullah Saleh and his regime, and drafting a law that helps form a committee of investigative committee, redress of damages. However, unfortunately, that immunity law, which is violating of the Constitution and all constitutions in the world, because you cannot issue a law on prior events, and as is the case in anywhere in the world, no one can escape accountability based on a law. This added to a series of failing experiences in the Arab area, and these areas in these countries witnessed some recovery, as we saw in Morocco and as we saw in half-baked transitional justice in Tunisia, but in Yemen it was a complete failure. The history of political struggle in Yemen showed the need for a successful transitional justice based on a criminal accountability and restorative justice. Criminal accountability and restorative justice, which are a national necessity and human necessity. Leaving the door open after all these wars and violations led to new rounds of struggle. Every party, feeling that they have lost in this war, started preparing themselves for the next war when they get the opportunity, as we saw in the southern areas, and as we saw with the Al-Houthi group when the Imama rule in Yemen failed. They always continued to dream about returning to power, and they did through the coup that they orchestrated in September 21st in 2014 when they raided the Yemeni cities and controlled the country and institutions. After about 8 years of the war, destructive war, Yemen now is witnessing the largest humanitarian catastrophe in the modern era. Dear friends and brothers and sisters, when a child dies in Taas by a sniper, a Houthi sniper, all the TV stations and so on talk about and becomes a public opinion issue. But we don't feel that in every 1.25 minute in Yemen, a child loses his life because of malnutrition. Tens of thousands of students die every year because of famine and malnutrition. As previously mentioned, the application of the principle of transitional justice in accordance with recognized international standards and models adopted by some countries will face difficulties, primarily due to the fact that these models have traditionally been implemented following the termination of armed conflict in a traditional way and under a clear victory of one of the warring parties and under institutions that led such reconciliation. Can we implement transitional justice in Yemen? Yes, Yemen has a cultural heritage dominated by tribal customs and religious and moral obligations, represented in forgiveness of bloodshed, reconciliation, forgetting the past, and turning a new page according to generally accepted traditional foundations, mainly by apologizing for the mistake and acknowledging it. Such a heritage, in its essence, intersects with the moral and restorative aspect of transitional justice. This constitutes a reliable ground for developing a model for transitional justice in Yemen. This was demonstrated through the National Dialogue Conference, which represented a unique Yemeni model and almost led to a state of political and democratic stability before the Houthi coup took place. So proposing transitional justice in its full sense requires an international will by the United Nations and the countries sponsoring peace negotiations such as the United States, Britain, and the European Union. Additionally, this includes stopping the interference by external support that the Houthi groups receive from Iran and as well as UAE supported received by the Southern Transitional Council. It doesn't seem that there is a commitment towards establishing a civic state. There is fragile peace, but there is not strong will from everyone to bring about true peace and establish a true civic state, sovereign and fully dominant on its lands. And what we fear is that we'll bring back a fragile peace that makes everyone get ready for another round of struggle. I just got warm. There are impediments or obstacles towards in the way of transitional justice. External intervention and support for armed groups. Hundreds of thousands of fighters recruited during the war by the Houthis, the transitional government, and the legitimate government that supports they exceed 1 million fighters, and some even say 1,200,000 fighters. This is an impediment when we form peace. Where will they go after fighting for years? They love the rifle and they love this life, and some of them say they put on their shoulders the rank of a major general. Also, the collapse of the judiciary and security apparatus and the parties took control over time. The ideological motives of the Houthis, these ideological motives, and they see that what they are doing is a solemn duty. How can you convince them to get into peace and leave that sacred duty? Also, there are other regional incentives. For a just peace, this is the last minute, a real transitional justice, and to ensure that the country does not slide back into a new war, I think we should do the following. Number one, stop external interference at the political and military level and working to neutralize the influx of weaponry. Number two, strengthening justice and law enforcement institutions through restructuring and training, as well as mending laws to keep up with the requirements of the current stage. And a constitution that guarantee reconciliation, legal reforms, guarantee freedom, equality, and the peaceful exchange of power while implementing the outcomes of the national dialogue and adopting the federal system, reforming economic, health, and educational sectors and infrastructures. When the citizen feels improvement on all these services, they will coalesce around the new authority, and many of them can give up certain demands if they feel that there is a new state in place. Political exclusion of those proven to be involved in widespread human rights violations in Yemen cannot be accepted in the future stage because they will go back to their ways. Number six, developing a long-term completion plan for the work of transitional period, including the election of new leaders according to democratic mechanisms, developing the underlying solutions to the causes of the conflict, and finding a participatory political formula temporarily. 7, involving youth, women, civil society, and forces not involved in the conflict in the transitional process and implementing the values of reconciliation according to a specific mechanism. Finally, and in conclusion, we would like to emphasize that without serious international support for transitional justice in Yemen, all efforts will be undermined in any peace that does not have good foundation and legal and international support. It is nothing but a temporary peace that will lead ultimately to the return of war. Thank you. جزيلا. أود أن أدعو السيدة بشرى النصر للحديث. شكرا جزيلا. شكرا لمؤسسة توكل كرمان على هذا المؤتمر الرائع ودان على عقد هذا المؤتمر. أنا المتحدثة الأخيرة
repetitive paragraphs and statements in my statement that I'm going to talk about today. Though it's going to cover a different perspective, it's the economy's perspective of Yemen and the situation from the economic perspective. It could interlink with the transitional justice. It could interlink with the political solutions. However, economy is the main drive for any conflict. So it's the important subject that drive this conflict that can continue forever. Therefore, there must be some way for stopping it. So as soon as we talk about the Yemeni economy, its challenges, and the perspective for reconstruction, armed conflict and political complexity, armed conflict and political complexity predominate with no improvement in sight. We are now in the 8th year of violent armed conflict, coming to the 9th year, and fragile economy that deteriorated sharply, leaving 80% of the population in need of humanitarian assistance. The existence of dual political and economic institutions with dual exchange rate systems has far-reaching implications for crisis factors and features throughout the country. The weaknesses of the legitimate Yemeni government have resulted in its inability to meet basic economic needs and ensure the enforcement of laws for essential social services, which has added to the complexity of the situation. The lack of role of parliament and oversight institutions and the division of authorities in the liberal areas, the lack of financial efficiency and capacity in public finance, and the absence of infrastructure and information suitable for preparation of general state budget. the weak efficiency in the collection of public revenues, the fragmentation of tax bases, and the erosion of hard currency needs of the central bank. The sharp decline in oil and gas exports, the resources that no longer effectively flow into the accounts of the central bank, which accounts 75% of the state budget. The dislocated public facilities such as oil and fisheries, the chains around the use of ports and airports, and above all, the deep corruption, the lack of governance, and the failure of the state authorities to practice the principles of good governance with effective jurisdictions aggravate the situation. In addition to all these challenges, there are other multiple effects such as COVID-19 pandemic, climate shocks such as floods, the decline in fishery resources, drought, the rise of food prices. The Ukrainian conflict has exacerbated the food insecurity. The worsening food insecurity, the humanitarian crisis, and the increasing internal displacement of 13% of the population are putting greater pressure on the Yemeni people and the Yemeni economy. Yemen's profound dilemma is state sovereignty in decision-making. As a legitimate government representing the Yemeni people has been eroded by Saudi Arabia and Emirates through that transitional council in the south. On the other hand, the northern part of Yemen is controlled by the Houthis militia, an Iranian allied militia that considers itself Hashemite supremacist. Hashemist or Sayyid, the Lords, a statement never heard in the last since 20th century. An Iranian allied militia that consider itself Hashemite supremacist, Hashemist or Sayyid, the Lords, they make only 2 to 3% of the population. But they believe that they have the doctrine of, they are descendant of Prophet Muhammad and they have the divine to rule the Yemeni people politically, economically, socially, and intellectually, according to their doctrine. This justifies the war they have waged against the Yemenis and against the state since 2004. Today, they control 80% of the population in a Nazi fascist manner, based on their doctrine, basically. Nevertheless, their holy war against the Yemeni people is not yet over. This is shown by the fact that they don't want to end this conflict, to accept economic solutions that could improve the situation of Yemenis. On the contrary, they have and continue to use aid and even charity as an attractive facade to maintain their war, besiege the people, and exploit their needs. To achieve their political goals, Yemenis have suffered under the Imamites, Hashemites, for decades. Today, the world knows who they are, and that's why it's challenging to build just peace and democratic state based on justice and equality is far from achievements. When we have this theological ideology that exists that contradicts basic human and economic rights. Nevertheless, this group has not been identified as a terror group. Yesterday, not far away, 4 years ago, in a Carnegie Institute, I remember Ambassador Barbara, American Ambassador Barbara, she was asked about the Houthis. She said they are a bubble. Today the bubble is controlling a state, and tomorrow the bubble will control the marine strait in the international marine trade. So this is not, please not be naive. There is a problem and we have to consider this problem. So the opportunities, despite the struggle of the state, the situation in the Yemen economy, can I have 2 minutes? Despite this fragile situation, the Yemeni economy has managed to maintain its resilience due to the adaptivity of the Yemeni people, the decentralized governance structure and the role of the local institutions, the social safety and the role of the culture and norms, the role of women in community, resilience and social cohesion, the vibrant civil society, and most important is the private sector contribution and remittances from the diaspora. During this war, the Yemeni people concluded that the international community neglected Yemen. Yemen was not given the same attention as in Syria or Ukraine. But Yemeni people cannot wait. They do not deserve to die in silence. The youth deserve to dream and fairly build their democratic, just future, a just peace that means that mean to last. Given the unprecedented challenges of the economic development efforts and the specific of the conflict, it is crucial to take a new approach to improve the state's capacity to provide economic and social security, and equally important, strengthening the local governance and empower the local people and communities, give them the right to decide. The international community should use new tools with leveraging technology with an inclusive approach to linking humanitarian assistance and development that emphasize on democracy, participation, and accountability. This is important to create a culture that enables the necessary engagements for development and reconstruction, an approach that paves the way for democracy, equity, and inclusion while strengthening the human capital to preserve and sustain these economic and social gains. Focus on building human capital and youth leadership. Yemenis, especially youth, boys and girls, deserve a genuine political and international will to develop a strategy for decent democratic reconstruction and a strategy for just peace. Yemenis deserve to develop a vision and appropriate resources to implement this vision. Yemen cannot wait for peace to begin the reconstruction and rehabilitation. Controversially, it is important to create a vision and scenario for future in early stages of constructions. Early recovery and reconstruction and rehabilitation are key to promoting the transition to peace. Thank you.
Thank you. So it's a challenge. It's a challenge to control the time when you have two lawyers.
Yeah.
Okay, so oh, three, but I'm not speaking. So before going to lawyers, I would quickly want to ask Bushra a quick question. So you're speaking about international community and what would make the international community seriously intervene in the conflict. But please, quickly.
I think the international community will take Yemen seriously when they start feeling the threat from the militias on the ground. And this fact, either they take it as of today and prepare for it tomorrow, or the consequences will be taken later. Meantime, I have a few recommendations for the international community as well to seriously build on and support Yemen economy and all these challenges that I have mentioned earlier to support Yemen and build the accountability during this support. I have listed more than 16 recommendations.
I guess it will be kind of publishing for the papers later on, so we'll stop it here if you don't mind.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna open the floor. I have just a quick question because it's very interesting that John and Abdurrahman has conflicted ideas about justice and criminal accountability. So quickly, John, as if I sense that you are against criminal accountability, and what do we do with all of these violations of human rights? How can we reach to a sustainable peace if there is no accountability? And I'm going to ask Abdurrahman similar question the other way around. You ask, you need no intervention. So my sense as well that you want criminal account. بدك محاسبة وبدنا عدالة بمعنى محاسبات للمجرمين. اوكي هلا السؤال انت قلت ما بدك تدخل خارجي. كثير حابة اعرف مين هن اللي بدنا نحاسبهم بالكونتكست تبع اليمن ومين اللي بده يعمل هذه المحاكمات الكورتس مين بدهم يعملها وين بدها تأسس هذه الأماكن للمحاسبات إذا نحن ما بدنا international intervention معناته ما بدنا محكمة دولية فكيف شو هو تصورك عن الموضوع بس I'll start with John for that but quickly please if you don't mind we have questions
No, I can be very quick.
بسرعة الجواب الأول. أنا بالطبع
if they do something wrong or if they think I've done something wrong. We have systems of responding to it. It's a question of basic responsibility. The question is, how do you do these things? How do you approach them? And what are the kind of priorities and sequences? So let me just say, also with regard to the last remarks, in 2011 to 2014, about 20% of the population of Yemen was food dependent, food insecure and dependent. At that time, about 5 to 7 million people. Today, it's 90%. During the national dialogue, amongst the many grievances that there were, and there were those people who said, let's get Ali Abdullah Saleh, let's have some trials. By the way, Ali Abdullah Saleh met his kind of natural justice outcome, lived by the sword, died by the sword. He's gone. Is the situation better? My point is that this correlation, this kind of simplistic idea, we get the bad guys, and then what? Everything's good? Let me suggest to you, there's a lot of responsibility for a lot of violations to be shared by a lot of people inside the country and outside the country. So you have to ask yourself, what are the conditions required and what kind of sequencing? It is not possible, and it wasn't possible at the time, to stop all the processes and create some kind of imagined court system. Abdullah Saleh at the time had 3,000 troops, howitzers, 5 times as much force as Hadi had as president. Who was going to actually arrest him? Who was going to actually... I can tell you there were efforts to do it in the international community. There were efforts to block it. So at the same time, you have to ask yourself, what are the conditions precedent? When people are not eating, when 90% of the population doesn't have a job, doesn't get their property back...
We got the idea.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Abdurrahman?
Okay. عندما طالبت عدم التدخل الدولي هو التدخل السلبي الذي هو دعم الميليشيات والجماعات المسلحة، هذا الذي نرفضه. التدخل الإيجابي الذي هو مساعدة اليمن على إحلال السلام والوصول إلى دولة مدنية وأيضا العدالة الانتقالية، هذا هو المطلوب من المجتمع الدولي، باعتبار أن المجتمع الدولي ساهم مساهمة سلبية.
هل هي حل بتساعد على الاستقرار؟
هو بداية أولا السلام ثم العدالة الانتقالية. لا يمكن أن نبدأ بالعدالة الانتقالية ولا زالت الحرب قائمة. الحديث عن العدالة الانتقالية هو فقط تهيئة لما بعد عملية السلام. هذه النقطة الأولى. النقطة الثانية أنه لا يمكن اليوم أن احنا نقيم محاكمات لجماعات لا زالت تحمل السلاح، أنه نقول لهم احنا تعالوا عدالة انتقالية عشان حنحاكمكم وندخلكم ونحبسكم وكذا. هذه صعب جدا. ولكن الجريمة أكمل الفكرة. الإشكالية أنه لا نمؤسس، لا نقونن الإفلات من العقاب. هناك جريمة أنه نقونن عملية الإفلات من العقاب. في الأرجنتين يعني حدث قانون أشبه بقانون الحصانة في اليمن، ولكن عندما استعاد الشعب السلطة جاء بقيادة الانقلاب وقضوا في السجن. وفي 2015 مات قائد الانقلاب في السجن بعد أن قضى حوالي 20 سنة وهو مسجون بعد محاكمة عن حاكم الشعب، وهو الذي ارتكب جرائم واستولى على السلطة بشكل عام وعلى الجيش. إذا نحن لا نريد أن يكون هناك قوانين تلغي يعني تقونن عملية الإفلات من العقاب. يجب أن يظل هؤلاء مهددين في أي لحظة يستعيد الشعب السلطة وتعود الدولة، يجب أن يحاكم هؤلاء الأشخاص. ولكن في الوقت الحالي نريد مع يعني الحقيقة تظهر، من حق الضحايا أن يظهروا مصير أبنائهم المخفين قسريا الذي قتلوا، الذين ماتوا في السجون والمخفين قسريا، الذين قتلوا، من الذي مارس عملية القتل. أيضا من حقهم أن يلاقوا اعتذار من قبل من مارسوا هذه العمليات. من حق هؤلاء أيضا أن يعوضوا عن الضرر اللي موجود. ومن حقهم أيضا أن تكون هناك دولة مدنية وأن يكون هناك خدمات من أجل أن يلتف الناس حول قضية العدالة الانتقالية.
وصلت الفكرة، بس نحن بنعرف كمان إنه الجرائم الدولية لا تسقط.
نعم.
وحتى لو كان في عفو بيرجع.
نعم.
بيصير في إمكانية لبعد هيك. طيب I'll open the floor for questions. Yes. And can you direct your question for?
First question is going to be for Ms. Bushra. Do you think we should deal with Houthis, such as Europe or the world do with Nazi? Especially, you mentioned in your speak. The Hashemite supremacy is way worse than Nazi. This is the first question. The second question is going to be for the Ustad عبد الرحمن. هو أستاذ عبد الرحمن، ذكرت نقاط من أجل العدالة الانتقالية. هل ممكن الوصول إلى العدالة الانتقالية قبل توقف الجرائم؟ وهل من المفيد الحديث عن عدالة انتقالية والجرائم لا زالت يرتكبها ميليشيات الحوثي إلى اليوم، وآخر جريمة هي الحكم بإعدام 16 سياسي وممكن يقدموا للإعدام غدا 16 شخص.
فينا ناخذ أسئلة كمان؟ Okay, thank you. Can we take the second?
هل يمكن أن نستمع إلى السؤال الثاني؟ نستمع إلى السؤال الثاني. شكرا. سؤالي هو منذ صباح اليوم كنت أنتظر جوابا على السؤال كيف
using force in Yemen. All of these nice ideas, beautiful, but without restoring monopoly of using force in Yemen, all of these dreams are nothing, worthless. The main question I was trying to listen and search about an answer. If there is a vision or a proposal how to regain and how to re-establish monopoly of using force in Yemen, because it's the only condition to restore Yemen as a state. Yemen now is a land with population. There is no state. The concept of state is being dismantled without restoring a center of force that can impose even incomplete sense of justice.
Thank you, thank you, sir. I think
okay. The question for everyone, if he can help me to find an answer. Thank you, and sorry for.
Okay, thank you. I'll take the questions, and we'll give one. Okay, last one, and we close.
Okay, I feel I'm lucky, huh? Okay, I'm going to address my question in Arabic, please. Okay, من خلال المشاركات جميعها قد يفهم البعض أنه من الصعب.
Some may understand that it is difficult to find solutions to the situation in Yemen due to the foreign interference, the humanitarian aspect of it, the militias and the separatists, and in addition to all of the problems that everybody knows in Yemen. Is there any legitimacy? Those who are truthful in their work are excluded. So what is the group that we should come under so that we can come out with Yemen, so we can achieve or reach this happy Yemen that we're talking about? Also, what are the guarantees? What are the guarantees for the
should we answer all the questions? I would like to apologize because
أود أن أعتذر لأن الوقت يداهمنا. هل يمكن أن أجيب بالعربية؟
بالنسبة لل
With regard to the Nazis and the Houthis, and I said that the Houthi movement is similar to the Nazi movement. However, we don't need to get rid of the Houthis the same way we needed to get rid of the Nazis. It is a fascist movement. The Houthis are part of us. The Hashemites, many of them, or a great deal of them, actually, the Hashemites, the great deal of the Hashemites actually refuse or reject this movement. So fighting the Houthis is about how we can stop the funding sources for them. So when you have the sources of funding of the kind of curriculum that is being taught to our children, the educational books in Yemen are printed with foreign financing. This is the one thing that was destroyed the most in Yemen is human capital. The material aspects can be replaced. The youth don't have any hope. With regard to the international community, up till now, it didn't understand the depth of the problem in Yemen. When I talk with some personalities, they say there's a monarchy in the area. It's not a question of monarchy. It's not a monarchy. This is a regime, a fascist regime that is even deeper than the monarchy. We can't live with it. I liked some interventions or what Mr. Khalil Yemeni said. We need to support Yemeni dialogue. We need to stop the sources of financing. It is important. I have some points that I wanted to talk about, and they have to do with the central bank and supporting the central bank to fighting money laundering and terrorism. The international community can play a very good role in this aspect and could stop the Houthis and the militias in Yemen. Thank you very much. About whether there is a possibility of transitional justice with the continuing crimes and continuing wars, it's not possible. The problem is right now in all the negotiations, all the negotiation tables, there are all the parties of interest are represented. However, nobody talks about the rights of the victims and the people and the families of the victims, and how those perpetrators can be punished. About the question about how we can come out of this and make sure it doesn't happen again, we have to disarm all the groups, all the armed groups, and when we need to take away all their weapons. And the weapon needs to be only the state needs to be the only one with the weapons.
You'll forgive me if I am disappointing to many people.
أعذروني إذا كنت ربما قد أخذل بعضكم، لأن العملية الانتقالية وعملية السلام مختلفتين ومستقلتين. ليس هناك أي ضمانات في هذا.
Watched what was happening at the capital, and let me suggest that the only guarantees are ultimately the robustness of the institutions and the persons who populate those institutions. This country, I would say, is facing a slippery slope at the moment. So just that needs to be understood. The guarantee, there is no savior, no white knight who's going to come in and deal with this, never mind external interests. Second of all, you know, the parallel with the Nazis. The Nazis were defeated, and only prosecutions followed, and they were one-sided. The inventor of terror bombing, Air Marshal Harris of the United Kingdom, who did the terror carpet bombing of Dresden and Hamburg, was not only not tried, he was celebrated. They put a statue of him on the Mall in London. The trials were after defeat, total defeat. This is the same for anyone who's thinking about Ukraine and so forth. This is the reality. So, you know, the idea, are you going to defeat your compatriots, or are you going to make peace in a very difficult kind of peace? This comes to the last point, the monopoly of truth, monopoly of force. This is a foundational concept. And if you can't achieve it, and you may not be able to achieve it because many of the actors who are very armed are not willing to give up to that monopoly. So you now have to negotiate the use of force and find the initial steps by which you may make this negative peace, stop the war, and move towards constructing peace. I believe the National Dialogue Conference was the direction. I think we were very close. Tawakkol, you were there, very active. And it was undermined afterwards, in my view, by some internal elements, but mainly by external elements. And I think the lesson is to come back to it and to resume again that approach.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank our panelists. The floor is yours.
شكرا غنى، شكرا للجميع. يعني thank you John, thank you everyone who's يعني participated in this very important conference. شكرا لكم. المؤتمر كان مهم، وحقيقة استعرضنا 24 ورقة مهمة من قبل خبراء وأكاديميين.
Politicians from inside and outside. I'm very proud that we were able to come out with this material to put a vision towards a sustainable peace and democracy in Yemen. I thank you all. Thank you for the Georgetown Arabic Studies Center, Coco. Thank you so much. I thank Tawakkol Karman Foundation in Istanbul and in the US under Ibrahim Al-Aqaqabi, Misk Al-Junaid, and all the efforts. I thank Dawn, an institution headed by Abdullah Al-Ouda, and the entire Dawn team. We close now with the final statement of the conference. It is the Washington Statement or Washington Declaration. But before I read it, I tell you all that all these papers will be distributed through the mailing list of the three organizations, and it will be deposited on the websites and will be published in the Democracy in the Diaspora magazine issued by Dawn after some review. And after all this will be printed in a booklet in both Arabic and English. Thank you very much. And now we hear the Washington Declaration read by Mr. Abdulaziz Jabari, Vice President of Yemeni Parliament. Please go ahead, Mr. Abdulaziz.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. بيان واشنطن. في جو من الشعور العالي بالمسؤولية.
Feeling of responsibility of what Yemen is going through of conflict and disasters, and after 8 years and 500,000 killed and injured, and under the stalemate of the military economic situations and the situation with 4 million refugees and displaced with depending on humanitarian support, and 20 million living under the poverty line, and complete destruction of the infrastructure, and on top of it all the intransigence of the Houthis and their choice of war, and the Arab role, a deviation from their mission to making militias and building cantons and turning armed groups into leadership to the country. We meet here in Washington with collaboration with institutions in Georgetown University, Tawakkol Karman Foundation, and Democracy Now! In the Arab World, and with the attendance of U.S. Envoy Linder King. And with our hopes of peace and democracy in Yemen, held on January 9th, 2023 in Washington, we appreciate holding this conference to give the opportunity to discuss the humanitarian and political situation in Yemen. And we thank all who facilitated the holding of this conference and participated in it, our friends, brothers, sisters, and colleagues, and express the suffering of the Yemeni people under austere situations for 8 years. And we affirm that reaching true peace requires fulfilling the following commitments by the local parties of the region, and ahead of all, the Saudi Arab coalition and the international community as follows. First, we assert the importance of Yemen's unity and republican system without any compromise, as agreed to in the national dialogue outcomes, and we greet the efforts of the international community, and as attested to by the international community. We assert the need for an international conference, Yemeni conference, that provides a new Yemeni leadership expressing the needs and aspirations of the Yemeni people, and that coincides with the Yemeni constitution to start peace dialogue and assert the people's right in a civic government that respects the law and makes equity and equality the basis for this life, and calls upon the international community to support that effort, because under the current leadership and the current format led the peace efforts with the UN and US envoys to a dead end. We call upon the Houthis to adhere to the aspirations of the Yemenis in a complete and sustainable peace as outlined in the state's declaration, leading into a civic democratic state that respects the rights of all Yemenis from Mahara to Saada, and with complete equity and equality in wealth. And Houthis' agreement to stop the war and engagement in serious dialogue will be the shortest way to end the war and start peace and undercut any attempts to divide and rip apart Yemen. And responding to the call of peace is the way forward. We affirm that withdrawing militias and keeping the armed forces under the Ministries of Defense and Interior is the way to stop this fragmentation that would stop and hinder peace. And we see that the state should be the only entity with the right to bear arms, and no one side should have the right to hold weapons to threaten the existence of the state and its foundation. Any political resolution with in Yemen should be built on the outcomes of the national dialogue as agreed to in the constitution of the federal state before it is was undermined by war, and it should include all Yemenis without exclusion, because deviating from the national dialogue document means going back to the causes that led to war and that divided Yemen for tens of years. Having a clear path towards transitional justice is one of the ways to end causes of war and elements of division that have been plagued the Yemeni fabric for decades. We affirm the need to couple the call for peace with a call for reconstruction, and to execute both at the same time, because peace has true and urgent economical need to end what the war has caused. We, under moral responsibility, call for as extreme importance to release all kidnapped and rehabilitating them and closing all prisons. We also call to end all kinds of embargo over the Yemeni state as imposed by the militias internally and the Emirate and Saudi Arabia externally, including embargo on exporting gas and hydrocarbons. And we demand payment of employee salaries and departure of all foreign forces from Yemen, and delivering or turning over all military bases to the Yemenis. And at the end of the conference, we salute the struggle of Yemeni women, students, youth, and their efforts to lead us out of the situation of total destruction to total peace. And we greet their patience and their perseverance to the results of the war. The Georgetown University issued January 9th, 2023. Thank you, and God bless you. Thank you very much. And now everyone is invited for dinner in the Yemeni restaurant. If there is anyone